Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more.
Ah!
Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
Andrea, I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. Andrea! You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
You
books.
don't even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from... Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the moment.
Scared the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are strong in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen in. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need.
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but and then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until, and then you just gave up and it was so sad. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I...
Ah! Okay, Maya! Ah!
Maya, guys, that's it. Please, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me like a little thing.
Oh god, no one's safe! Ah! I let them go! No! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door! Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Good morning. They're yours. You're probably wondering why don't I look like Ariantari? I'm not Ariantari. I'm Latvian Grandmaster up to Nations, and it is my pleasure to be your today's host of Botez Sisters Adventures in Cracow, Poland. And yeah, I'll try to be of some use to you, provide some insights why Alex and Andrea are playing what they're playing, but most importantly, just to have some fun, right? It's Saturday early morning game. Very tough situation for a chess player to be in. I suppose we talk about it a bit later because literally everybody hates early morning games. There's nothing you can do about it. And we'll survive. No worries. All right. Yeah, by the way, I have also the chat window open. And from time to time, of course, I will have a peek what you're saying there. Already in advance, I say thank you. Thank you for your positive vibes. And we'll see how it's going to go. So this is officially my debut for the Botezlive channel. I have never done this before. I know that mainly it is Jon Ludwig Hammer, my teammate in Swedish team championships. who provides the coverage. He is currently unavailable. And I saw that you had some amazing experts in the past days. Big shoes to fill. But that being said, as you can see, the games have already started. We have some very nice cameras from Cracow, Poland available. This is becoming quite a big thing. Probably, I don't really need to explain you this, that essentially starting, which year was it? Maybe 22, 23, it became quite a golden standard for chess streamers and personalities travel to tournaments and stream their games. So you don't really need to log into some huge channels like chess.com and chess24 before that and feed it to follow your favorite heroes playing some high quality chess. Now a lot of streamers do it. And obviously Botez sisters, they were one of the first ones who started to do this, and this trend is exploding. So yeah, the playing venue, as you can see, it's in Cracow, very beautiful city in Poland. I have to confess, I have never been in Cracow. Yeah, I don't think so, at least before. I've been many times in Poland myself. Cracow is quite famous for hosting many great chess tournaments. I think they were organizing this Christmas, New Year's Eve tournament, which was usually run from December 27 to January 5th. And I was considering to play there some time ago myself, since I'm kind of an active chess player, but never happened. And this apparently is some new tournament. I haven't really followed it. There are, if I understood it correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's four categories in Cracow. And Alex and Andrea, they're playing in the second one. Really nice tournament, which is also the most popular one. In total of 183 players that are playing there. So it's pretty fantastic. And in total, there's about 350 players. So it's a huge hall, a lot of chess players, a lot of chess fans. I mean, it's summer outside, very nice weather. So people normally at this time go to beach. No, there are chess players who like to play chess. All righty. Let's maybe have a first glimpse what is happening there and see where this game is going to take us. So I suppose we are going to start with the game of Andrea. And Andrea is playing against Camille. So Andrea technically is a small ELO favorite. As you can see, she's 1900 rated. She has gained some rating points. Also in this tournament, she's doing not so badly. She has gained about, 5 rating points. So she's slowly becoming better and better player. But when I looked at her score, how Andrea was doing this tournament, it was actually pretty interesting that she has scored the perfect 4 points out of 4 with the black color. And I was like, okay, that is pretty interesting. And with white, it's only 1.5 points out of 4. So I would imagine that for this game, Andrea wants to break this curse. I don't know, it's probably just a coincidence. And she wants to win with white and get the 50% result with white, 2.5 out of 5, the perfect score by black. And then for the next tournaments, probably try to improve this one move advantage, because I believe this one move advantage should mean something. So we have some sort of a Jabava London. And maybe let's go back from the very beginning. So d4, knight f6, knight c3. I'm not really sure who started this trend. I mean, obviously the system bears the unofficial title of the Jabava London, thanks to Badur Jabava, my very good friend from Georgia. We are about the same age. We played in many youth championships together. And I think at some point he worked a bit on rather unique system, how to combat this very annoying knight f6. So the classical approach typically from white is to play something like c4. Why? Well, because we are taught at school that You have to fight for the center. When you're playing the opening, you fight for the center, you develop the pieces, and then you see what happens, right? So c4, knight c3, knight f3, and then whatever, g3, bishop g2, or e3, bishop d3, or bishop e2, it doesn't really matter. There's many systems and many tastes, of course. But knight c3, why this is becoming an interesting combination? Because white immediately wants to play e4. And black is pretty much obliged to play d5, which, by the way, didn't happen in the game for some reason. I'm really curious what was the reason. Then after d5, the Jabava London continues with something like bishop f4, e6, knight f3, sometimes knight e5, g4, g5, h4, h5. It's very interesting, you know. And also lately, Chessable has released several courses on the Jabava London. It's becoming like a mainstream weapon. There's many great authors haven't written this. Some of the first names that jumped to my mind, that's the course of Hans Niemann, of course. Everybody is well aware who Hans is. Also, James Canty, one of Chess.com streamers, I heard, has written a very good course on this. And probably Andrea was... Andrea has gotten a coaching advice from her coach, Alex Banza, was it? Right? Was he not a Jabava London player? Or was he a London player? No, I think he was actually a London player. All right, doesn't really matter. So the fight is that white wants to play e4, and here black declined it. You know, I find it to be a pretty interesting move, because he says, I don't really mind that you play e4, and maybe the point is that he wanted to switch to some sort of a French. So here with a different transposition of the moves, look at this. So e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6. So we get to one of the most famous French defense positions, where white plays e5 here, and typically, if white is really ambitious, he plays a 4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, queen d2, long castle, h4, h5, etc. Very interesting stuff. And that's why I suppose Andrea decided not to enter this. She decided not to play e4, and I can only guess that Camille is also a French defense player. And Andrea played bishop f4, kind of inviting that after d5, they just transpose to the Jabava London, and this is exactly what happened. And yeah, d5 was played. I don't really think there's some other major choices. Okay, maybe bishop b4. c5 feels a bit weird because white typically can respond with d5. e4 grabs space. The bishop here in the fate is feeling lonely, so this is probably not so great. And after bishop f4, d5, knight b5, now Andrea transposed to what is normally played. And after knight b5, Camille is apparently in a deep thought. And you can see Andrea sitting there. She looks very confident. And just as we talked about this position, the move was played. And it is, I am not seeing the move, but I would assume it should be knight a6, but I'm not getting it. Just a second. Let me see. I see that move was made. Maybe it's also bishop d6. Just a second. For this angle, for some reason, I don't see. Yeah, there's a move, knight a6. Yeah, okay. All right. Knight a6 is played, and Andrea, as you can see, she's trying to remember what was the prep. She played e3, c6. Let's go it maybe step by step. She played e3. Sometimes thinking about playing c4, knight c3 to some typical Queen's Gambit declined now position. c6, black needs to solve the problem of this unfortunate knight. Knight c3 goes back, knight c7. I suppose Andrea knows about this position quite a bit, because it's not a secret that part of their team is Alex Banza, who has written highly successful London course. And I think he also did some amazing speedruns on the London. So great choice there. And this position that we have on the board, it feels very similar to the classical London or Jabava London. The only difference maybe here is that the knight on c3 in the typical London stands on d2. And why typically plays something like bishop d3, c3, knight f3, knight e5, and thinks about some sort of a king set attack. Right. Okay, I mean, visually, I like Andrea's position a bit more. Although this knight on c3 is not doing much, but, and she has made a move already, I think it's knight f3. After knight f3, bishop d3, knight e5, white also keeps the opportunity to cast the long side and start a king set attack, so it's looking good. All right, I suppose we are going to come back to this game a bit later because we have 2 games that we have to follow. And let's move on to the game of Alexandra, or simply Alex. Alex had a great start in the tournament. So she started with 3 out of 3, 4.5 out of 5. So really, really great start. And those of you who have been following the Botez sisters slightly more than me, you know that she was in a great shape in a couple of previous tournaments. She won, was it back-to-back 2 tournaments, right? Very impressive. I remember this very nice, what was it, diploma from a tournament victory in Italy? Yeah, pardon me. I just remember it was very, very nice picture. I slightly followed because I'm very curious what is happening in the streamer world. And yeah, she's playing fantastic lately. But it was Sardinia. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Fold Mode. I see in the chat. Appreciate that. So you're filling the gaps of my knowledge here. And she had a great start here as well. 4.5 out of 5. Everything was looking really great. But then something happened. Yeah, I don't really know what was it. Yeah, so she lost back-to-back games in round 6 and 7. I didn't really follow them. You have to pardon me. But this happens sometimes in competitive chess. And then she drew the previous round. And currently, Alex stands on 5 out of 8, which for Alex's standard is not really great, I suppose. She was looking for something greater, but okay. I mean, it's still an experience. And she's playing apparently some Zamish system here. I'm really curious. How did they get here to this particular opening? Let's just maybe go step by step from the very beginning and see how did they get there. And Rosum on chat writes that she was 19 games without a loss. Yeah, I mean, she did win this tournament in Sardinia. Was it 8.5 out of 9 or something like that? Yeah, it was very, very impressive. I remember. Very impressive. All right. Let's go back step by step. D4, great choice. Totally support it. You know, I've been myself E4 player all my life. And I kind of regret it. Because the problem of E4 is that your opponent has so many ways to annoy you. He can play E5, which is by far the most annoying move. And after knight f3, there's the Petrov. After knight f3, knight c6, there's the Berlin. If you try to avoid the Berlin, there's the ever boring Italian game. And, you know, I have played this all my life and I feel it really well, but I was like thinking, why should I play this? Why don't I play d4? Because d4 provides more life. And that's why I can relate to this, you know, d4. It's more like you can play basically whatever system you want, even some basic system like knight f3, e3, bishop e2 to castle, and the chess engines, they're going to still say you're slightly better. So you have my support right there, Alex. d4, g6. This is very risky choice because I have received a classical chess education. And I believe that all the chess openings, they can be categorized in 2 categories. So category number one, you fight for the center, right? So if your opponent plays d4, you play d5, you play c6, c6, you play c5, whatever. You're fighting for the center. The second choice is you give up the center, but you try to demolish it. Yeah, and that's why there's some openings like the Grunfeld, for example, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, white wants to play e4, have a powerful pawn center, black plays d5, shows his teeth, and tries to demolish your center. And then there's the third choice. The third choice is your opponent just ignores the center, which by definition is not really that great, because if white controls the center, I mean, it doesn't really have to be white. You could be playing this from the white's perspective, and then black would be getting the center. But by definition, the one who controls the center controls the game. I mean, this is how I was educated. You know, it's like very often I would like to compare things with the classical football. I mean, pardon me, Europeans, soccer. Yes, I know. Americans, you have your own football. Us Europeans, we have soccer. I mean, we call it football. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The one who controls the middle of the field controls the possibilities to attack and is able to go back to the defense a bit faster. Yeah, that's why it is really important. And whenever you're trying to study openings, I would suggest that you do not ignore them. You do not ignore the center. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. The g6 is not really so great. And Alexandra played c4. I think e4 is also fine. But okay, c4 is a choice. Nothing wrong with that. Bishop g7, knight c3. Now Alex says, okay, you can just transpose to knight f6. We're going to play kings in defense. No problem. Black plays d6, e4, and e5. And this line, if I'm not terribly mistaken, I think it's called the sniper variation for some reason. This bishop on g7 has some sniper properties. So black is thinking about something like take on d4, play knight c6, open up this bishop. And if white at some point, if white plays d5, which is how you are supposed to play against King's Indian defense, then maybe in some circumstances, black gets to play f5, knight f6, short castle immediately. So that you have a comparison. A classical King's Indian defense is as following. So knight f6, e4, d6. Let's say I am just playing some basic stuff. Bishop e2, knight c6, short castle, e5, d5, knight e7, knight e1, knight e7, here, 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 etc., etc., etc. So black is trying to attack you at the king side. You are trying to play b4, c5, create a weakness on d6. That you are hoping to exploit. So basically, I just explained to you in 10 seconds how to play the King's Indian defense. So why this is so important? Why this sniper variation? I think it was sniper variation. Pardon me if my memory is a bit off. Part of the idea here is that black is hoping for the immediate f5 push. Yeah, for example, if we compare the setup, let's say bishop d3, knight f6, knight e2, or knight f3, whatever, you see the black knight didn't really have to retreat to d7 to play f5, f4, g5, h5, g4, etc. That's it. So black is just trying to make shortcuts. And making shortcuts in chess, that's what rock and rolls today. Yeah, you're trying to save time left and right. So this is actually pretty smart. I don't really like the particular setup, but okay, whatever. So what Alex did here, she played knight e2. I suppose it's also a move. Knight f3, there might be issues with bishop g4. So black is pinning the knight, for example, knight f3, bishop g4. This pawn is suddenly under attack. And pretty much never in these positions, white never takes on e5. You know why? Because now this square on d4 feels like a giant broccoli between your front teeth. Yeah, it's an empty space, so it's not really great. So black is going to play something like c6, put a king on c7, and ultimately maybe kill the knight for the bishop, put the knight on d4, and he's just She's just doing great. So it's actually one of the most famous tricks here from the black's perspective. So even here, d takes, queen d8, king d8, you would think that, I mean, white is happy. I have ruined your possibility to castle short or castle at all. But this hole on d4 and the fact that black is able to exploit this square and not give the d5 square for white, it implies that black is doing fine. That's it, right? Sometimes white does take on e5, so it's a separate story. So you see, Alex was not really interested to check it out. She played knight e2. Now bishop g4 is simply f3. You cannot do that. I mean, it just makes no sense. Knight c6. I suppose black is waiting for d5, knight e7, f5, knight f6, and get the dream position. Alex says no. So bishop e3, knight f6, threatening to play knight g4. And one of the things I have learned here is that in these positions, white almost never wants to give up the Doxford bishop for the knight, which maybe is not really so obvious for a beginner level player. For example, let's say you play something like queen d2, knight g4, and long castle. Yeah, it seems like white is doing great because after knight takes on e3, f takes on e3, you think that this is an equal trade. I mean, bishop for the knight, 3 versus 3. That is not the case. You know, I do not believe, not for a single second, that the bishop is the same worth as the knight. Right? I've always believed that the bishop is slightly more worth, and it really depends how many squares they control. And in this position, the Doxford bishop controls so many critical squares, and white simply cannot afford to give up this Doxford bishop, because then potentially this Doxford bishop, for example, takes, the position will open up. This Doxford bishop will become a monster in the upcoming middle game. That's why here Alex has to play f3. I see Adrian 2006 in chat says bishop is 3.1, the knight is 2.9. You know, the values I'm using myself, I'm using the knight is 3 and the bishop is 3.5. And I try to stick to it. There's even a very old joke by Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest chess players ever, former world champion. And he once said that the worst bishop is always better than the best knight, which of course makes no sense, because I could show you a million examples where the knight is going to dominate the bishop, but there is some truth inside the joke. And the idea was that the positions at some point they tend to open up. And when the positions open up, the power of the bishop increases exponentially. The knights, they just operate in close positions pretty well. In open, not so much. Yeah, that's why I do believe that bishops are a bit stronger. Anyway, part of me, I'm blah-blahing a lot of stuff. So queen e2 was played, and I believe this is the current position. Let me check. Yeah, e takes on d4 was played. Knight takes on d4 also was played. I'm getting some updates here. And knight d7, bishop e2. Those are the last moves. Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the players, not only Alex and Andrea, Alex maybe in particular, also the opponents. I can see the Saturday morning tiredness in the expression. And I have a rule myself. It's not really a secret. When I have these morning games, I try not to blunder anything within the first 2 hours. So that's the rule. I just tried not to blunder and just survive until noon, until 12. So the game starts at 10. So my rule is I have to survive. My brain is still not working. I had a long evening. This is the final round. It's very tough. It's very, very tough. So those of you who have played over the board, you know how it feels like. I'm myself a big fan of playing games in the afternoon. Something like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. You had your lunch. You had time to relax, walk in the park, feel refreshed, and you play. Early morning, no thank you. It's very, very tough. And also do not forget that Alex and Andrea, they are Northern Americans, right? So, okay, they've been in Europe already for quite a while, but there's also this thing as jet lag. I'm not really a great expert when it comes to jet lagging. I've crossed the ocean only a couple of times. I was in Northern America twice. Last year I was in Canada, and then something like 6 years ago, I was in the United States. And I was told that the toughest days are days number 7 and 9. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think I was just suffering during the first 2 days or so. I just couldn't get proper sleep. This is very, very tough. But jet lag is actually quite a thing. You know, when you cross a lot of time zones, it just hits your brain like nothing else. It's just unbelievable. All right. So 9b6, by the way, is played by white. And who was it who said in the chat that you like Alex's position, her pawn structure? I also like it. I think it's really great. It looks really fantastic. And you know why? Because I have this very close relationship to the Marozzi bind. Do you know what Marozzi bind is? This is this pawn structure, the Marozzi bind structure. So I just love this setup. Whenever I can, I try to get to it. I wish I could tell you more about this from my recent adventures, but I won't. But the point of this Marozzi bind is that white, or sometimes black is doing this, is employing the setup to limit your opponent's activity. And in a nutshell, if you want to become a better player, one of the first things that you want to do is learn to use proper pawn play. Why this is important? Because the pawns, they're the least valuable members of the army that you're commanding. You're the general, they're the infantry. And they're the ones who are generating targets for your army, for your pieces, right? So that's why it's a great skill to learn how to use them properly. And the Marozzi bind is one of the most famous pawn structures that I would suggest to everybody to master. And the point is that you're squeezing your opponent of any potential pawn play. And when you look at the position from the black's perspective, you're thinking, what are you talking about? Black is fine. You know, he has knight on b6, on c6, they're pretty well. The bishop on c8 is not bad. The bishop on g7 is pretty fantastic. Rook on e8, I mean, it looks pretty okay. Sure, I don't argue. I mean, black is looking fine. But then you think a bit further and ask yourself, where exactly lies black's pawn play? How can black use the pawns to generate targets? And this is where it's like, you know, I'm not really sure. So there's definitely no c6, d5. You can forget it. I think that black is not equipped to do this. And the only idea I can think of is some sort of an f5. But does it not weaken the king? It does, right? And this is, by the way, the properties of the Marozzi bind. So you play pawn on c4, pawn on e4, and the pawn on f3, pawn on g2 support a pawn on e4. White could also play b3 to support a pawn on c4, and you're just suffocating your opponent. All right, and then you could ask, what is White's idea? Where's White's pawn play? Have you ever played a dragon, Sicilian dragon, from the White's perspective? Does this position look familiar to you? So imagine this. You put the pawn on e7, not on c7. You put the knight on f6, and you put the white pawn on c2 and the bishop on c4. You already know what this is. So this is like a classical Sicilian dragon. White plays long castle, h4, h5, and start a kingside attack. So for white, the pawn play is not an issue. And the h4, h5 long castle is a very easy plan. And that's why here, I believe, let me check what Alex is doing. She's thinking. Yeah, she's thinking, and she castled short. Okay. Okay. No, I mean, okay, castling short is okay. It's probably normal, but I was hoping that she's gonna try to play for this kingside attack. And one of the properties to have a successful kingside attack, have a successful attack like as such, is that you position your king on the other side of the board. So if your opponent has positioned the king on a king side, so what do you need to do? You put the king on the other side of the board so that you have the entire king side at your disposal. I mean, what Alex did, this is completely fine. So she's playing positional chess. No problem with that. But now the point is that after the short castle, she is going to have some difficulties with the king's attack with this h4, g4, h5, because the king is here. That's why. So I was hoping that Alex here is going to play a long castle, try to hide the king on b1, play h4, h5, maybe play bishop h6 and deliver a mate. But okay. I mean, short castle is also completely fine. And yeah, long castle was not played. Short castle, I believe, is the move. And I think there's probably more moves. I'm not getting them at the moment. There it is. Queen e7. Okay. Queen e7. All right. I'm not really sure what Alex plans to do here next. I was thinking maybe it makes sense to play at some point knight e5, like knight e5, knight e5, and c takes on d5, with the idea that after multiple trades, there's going to be some pressure at the c file. You see this pawn on c7 is a bit vulnerable. So I'm kind of hoping to exploit this, but probably it's not enough. Yeah, I have a feeling it's not enough. So black will play something like c5, takes, rook c1, black plays c5, bishop e6, and I think that black is just fine. But it doesn't mean that this idea is not going to work. And maybe Alex can improve the idea. For example, she can start something like rook c1. And if black plays, I'm not sure what black is supposed to play. Let's say black plays something like bishop e6. Maybe now knight e5 works. Knight e5, bishop d5, takes. And it's much more difficult for black to push c5. Or maybe black can... Oh, wait, but can black take it here? Takes. And there's some issues, as you can see. You cannot play bishop d7. The pawn is under attack. The bishop is under attack. And after bishop c8, rook c3, rook c1. Or maybe even actually something like a 4, bishop f3, e5. I like this for white. All right. So, yeah, so here after queen e7, Alex has to make a move, and she did play knight e5 immediately. Just a second, let me double check it if I'm getting things correctly. No, did she? No, I think she already played knight e5. I'm a bit confused with my analysis here. No. Just a second. Give me a moment. Yeah, I see 95. Not rook c1. I see 95 is played. Yeah, I slightly don't like this. Probably the reason is that the black can immediately liquidate. Like 95, c takes on d5, takes, and play c5. So the idea is correct, but as they say, the timing could have been better. All right. Okay, while Alex is thinking, maybe let's go back to Andrea's game and see what choices she has made. We left it, where was this? After knight c3. Oh, wait, yeah, knight c3, knight c7. So black played knight c7 to avoid this bishop takes on a6 idea, which I'm not even sure if that's a problem, to be honest. For example, if black would play something like bishop e7, is this really something that you should be afraid of? I don't really think so. But okay, I mean, the knight on a6 doesn't really do much. So black is attempting to fix it. Play knight c7, maybe b6, bishop b7, or bishop a6 in some lines. The bishop on c8 is pretty bad. So knight f3 makes perfect sense. Bishop d6 and knight e5. Right. So you're probably watching this and you're wondering, why knight e5? I mean, are you not supposed to continue development of your pieces? Like, are you not supposed to play bishop d3 and shoot castle and fight for the center? Why are you not trading on d6? Why knight e5? Why move with the same knight twice? The knight e5 idea is a typical London system idea, or here in particular, the Jabava London. And Andrea treats the Daxwa bishop for white to be a more important piece than the bishop on d6. So this is not random. For example, let's say if she would decide to trade the bishops, like take, and play something like whatever, bishop d3, just to, you know, complete development, play shoot castle, maybe play e4, makes perfect sense. So black would just castle and play something like c5. So what is so special about this position for white? I'm not even sure I understand. Black could play b6, maybe bishop a6, put the bishop on b7. e4 is not going to give you anything. So that's why here Alex played knight e5. She is rejecting the trade and understanding which pieces to trade and which pieces not to trade is a very big skill in chess. Because again, ultimately, you're looking at the bishop. It's 3 versus 3. It's got to be the same. No, it's not the same. So it's all about how many squares they control. And here the bishop at f4, it is quite an instrumental piece to start a king's attack. It controls many critical squares. The bishop on d6 limits the black queen's amount of squares available. So the queen on d6 will be feeling better. The queen on d8 is a bit more passive. And also look at this. Black cannot force the trade of the knight. Like if black would play something like knight e7, you should always watch out for either knight f7 or knight c6. The bishop is hanging. Or maybe even knight f7. I'm not sure. Maybe this is a bit better. You see king f7, bishop d6. This is just bad. So that's why black cannot easily play knight e7. And this knight on e5 is quite annoying. Taking on e5 is not great, because then black weakens a lot of dark squares. And there's no compensation for them. So that's why here her opponent played queen e7. I suppose he wants to play knight e7 so that the bishop on d6 is protected. You know, it's very easy to understand what the opponent wants. if you pay attention to what he's doing. So h4, typical move by Andrea here, and after h4, I believe it is Camille who is thinking. He's thinking about his choices. h4, I can definitely see that Andrea has received some very good coaching, because h4 is essentially a modern trend. What is happening in many openings? Many openings, they're being reevaluated as we speak. So the modern chess engines, they're starting to give a lot of attention to aggressive side pawn pushes early on, except the first couple of moves, because I mean, you still got to fight for the center. But these moves are getting really popular. And why is this? Because white is trying to grab the space advantage or generate targets at a king side before he or she, on this occasion, decides where to put the pieces. So that's why, for example, here the question is, why not bishop d3 and should castle? Because this is how I was taught to play chess. So what Andrea is doing, she's generating some targets. And for example, if her opponent decides that this pawn march forward is a bit scary, and he decides to respond with something like h5. Now, this is what I call information. And I could play maybe moves like queen f3, put the queen on g3, apply pressure on the pawn on g7 and the bishop on d6, and black could easily castle short because the pawn stands on h5. So this is a really smart move. And I imagine that he's also a bit concerned to castle short, because I see ideas like h5, h6, g4, queen f3, long castle. Do you like that? I don't. I will be really concerned if I'm a black. So I'm sitting here, if I'm Camille, I'm thinking, why not knight e7? Because this is why I played queen e7 in the first place, to protect the bishop. Now there's no knight c6, now there's no knight f7. But maybe, just as he is thinking, what happens if Andrea doesn't take? For example, what happens if Andrea plays something like queen g4? How do I protect the pawn on g7? So knight e5, d takes on e5, the bishop is under attack, the pawn on g7 is kaput. So you can't do that. If you play f6, am I not blundering queen h5 check? Basic level 1 puzzle on chess.com. The point is g6, knight g6, you're going to take it, rook on h8 is under attack. Now after queen f7, well, at least I can grab the bishop on d6 for free, right? So this is pretty bad. So I cannot do that. How do I protect the pawn on g7? Do I castle? But do I want to castle? Because white has this idea, h5, h6, maybe bishop d3, long castle, and start his kingside attack, maybe rook h3, rook g3. So one of the things that you have to understand is that at a competitive level, it's rarely they're rarely thinking about one move. They're thinking about a sequence of moves. They're thinking about, if I go here, my opponent goes there. Do I like this position? And that's why they try to make the choice before and then see what happens. Yeah. So, yeah, and here apparently after h4, he has some doubts. Yeah, so knight e5, queen e7, h4, really smart move. I like it. And what I also like about Andrea's choice is that she's not defining the setup of the bishop and the queen. This is really smart. Yeah, so she might play queen e2. She might play queen f3. She might play bishop d3. And she's just gathering information from the opponent. So my money would be on 97, but I think right now, as I already said, Camille is trying to figure out what happens after queen g4. So he's about here. In his mindset, he's about here. And he's trying to understand, is he playing g6? Is he playing rook g8? Is he playing f5? What is he playing here? Right, so now you know. Unfortunately, by the way, if you're used to follow the rapid tournaments, the pace of these games, be warned, it's going to be much slower. It's going to be way slower. So on average, a classical game takes, with this time control, at least 4 hours. 4 hours, one game. And yeah, I do understand, of course, nowadays, the popularity of rapid chess is evolving. The greatest player of all time himself, Magnus, tries to steer away from classical games himself. He just likes to play faster and faster chess. But, I mean, still, classical chess is around. People have been trying to bury it from time to time. People are saying that classical chess is dead 20 years ago. People are saying that classical chess is dead 10 years ago. They're saying it right now, and yet somehow it's still alive. So we're good. We're good. So I'm really glad that Alex and Andrea, they're doing this. They're playing in open tournaments and making some pretty good content out of this. By the way, one thing I wanted to mention about the sisters is that I'm not really sure what are their goals. Are they pursuing some titles? I haven't really followed. You know, you have the part of me. I love watching them stream. I have seen they're playing in tournaments, but I don't really know what's their goal. For example, you might have seen Gotham Chess, of course, right? So his goal is to get the Grandmaster title, and he's pursuing it really hard. But I don't know if there's a goal for Andrea and Alex. I imagine there is a goal, but I haven't heard it. Yeah, so maybe they're aiming for a title, higher title. So we'll see. Probably also a GM title. Makes perfect sense. They just... Oh, Andrea wants a title. Yeah, Rosum says. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense, you know? Because at some point in your life, you know, you want to also prove something as a player yourself. So you're being a content creator, you want to prove, you want to play at the highest level. So I can totally relate to that. And I'm not really sure if they're planning to play in the World Chess Olympiad, which is held this September in Budapest for Team Canada. I suppose, but I don't really know. I think that will be, again, some amazing content. Okay. Yeah, Andrea looks a bit bored. And just a second, let me get the... Yeah, let's maybe go back to Andrea's game, because I see that there's a couple of more moves. So Grumpy the Penguin in the chat says they wanted to play in the Olympiad, but they didn't quite qualify. Alexandra was 6th. Okay, I see that. All right. I got it. Okay. Yeah, so of course, I mean, playing for the national team in the World Chess Olympia, that's a special thing. I think that Alex played in the Olympiad before for Team Canada. For some reason, I remember it, but Don't quote me on this, please. All right, so we do have a couple of moves in Alex's game. And what we where we left it was this early knight e5. As already said, I think it was not really such a great moment to play. Knight e4, bishop d4, queen d4, and wait, this is not it. Wait, this is not it. There was another move. It was rook e8. Oh, all right, we're gonna fix it. yeah, there's an issue with one of the board. Don't worry about this. We're gonna get it fixed. It's not because of me. Yeah, so anyway, it appears that here, instead of the bishop takes on d4, queen takes on d4, and c6, which I felt is giving black just enough good game, here black played apparently rook e8, is it? Rook e8, and after bishop g7, king g7, queen c3, queen e5. I think this is the position. So this is the position on the board. And Alex now has a solid advantage because the pawn on c7 is a major weakness. So I'm not really sure why Karol is doing this. Apparently, he was not ready to push the c pawn forward. Once again, this was this moment where rook e8 was a very slow move. So he should have traded the bishops and played c5. Why? Because the pawn on c7 is a weakness. And I think he played rook e8 with some ideas to push f5. To try to get to the pawn on e4 and the bishop on e2, but it's too slow. And yeah, bishop g7, queen c3, queen e5. Queen c3, I would have started with rook c1, but okay, maybe it's not really that relevant. And now Alex is choosing. Should she trade their pawn? So take the pawn on c7, allow black to capture the pawn on b2, or play something positional as rook c1. Either way, whatever she chooses, I think she's better. So I think she can take on c7, take on b2. Now the bishop is hanging, and find some kind of improving move like rook e1, bishop f1. That's a weakness. It's a very nice position. The bishop on c8 has, you see, no good squares to be developed, and the pawn on e5 is a major problem for black. So maybe black is thinking something like queen d4 check, queen c5, checkmate to the white queen. But this position, even though black has a chance to organize two passed pawns on the queen side, white has the same to do at the center. I think white is simply going to be faster. So I like white's chances here. But there's one thing why I like why Alexandra played rook c1. The rule is when your opponent has weaknesses, you do not trade them. That's the rule I have. When your opponent has weaknesses, you don't trade them, you conquer them. So that's why I completely support rook c1. So she doesn't want to give it the pawn on b2, and instead she just wants to grab the pawn on c7 for free. Now the question is, what's going to happen with the pawn on c7, or if black has time to push a 5? All right. Yeah, let me slightly work on the notations here. By the way, a disclaimer. You are seeing the evaluation bar. I call them the evil bar. I don't really need them, but I understand for you so that you are having probably a better feeling who is doing better. Alex, Andrea, or their opponents, the bar helps. For me, I'm never using the bar. I'm never using engines doing the broadcast. Right? So in case I make some mistakes, I really apologize. I'm trying to explain thought process from my experience, from my understanding. And also this is, by the way, very close from the player's point of view, because obviously they don't see the bar and they don't see the engine evaluation. So that's why I think sometimes it just distracts us. But I know, of course, there's some commentators who really, really like to use the engines. Not me. All right. So, okay, now the question is, how is Carol going to defend the pawn on c7? So, for example, if he trades, he plays rook e7. What about rook c1? The pawn is gone. So if he plays queen c3, rook c3, and f5, there's always a check and bishop d3, or bishop d3 and they take on c7. So I quite don't follow how is he planning to save the pawn. And again, after f5, Alex can just take on e5, grab the pawn on c7 with a check, play bishop d3, purely enjoy the position. Maybe there's some sort of a pawn sacrifice, like queen c3, rook c3, and something like c6. Take it, rook c6 and d5. How about this? You know, I'm looking at this position, I'm figuring out that probably he's going to have to do it. Because what else? I don't see nothing else. And after d5, Black is attempting to organize some counterplay against the pawn on e4. Actually, the threat is to win the pawn on the spot. And let's say White plays bishop d3. There could be bishop b7, rook c7, take on e4, bishop e4, takes, and there's the second rook. And the white rook in the 7th rank feels very dangerous for Black. So I like Alex's chance here. Looks very good. Looks very good. Yeah, so takes, rook c6, d5, maybe even rook c7 right away. I'm not really sure. So it seems that Alexandra is going to win a pawn. That's what it feels like. I don't see an easy way for Black to keep it. So most likely he has to somehow sell it for the right price. Maybe it's c6 right away. Like c6, queen e5, rook e5, takes, and something like this. But I mean, still there's some massive problems like rook c5, bishop c4. You cannot take the bishop because the rook is pinned. So actually, I think the rook better stands on e8 right here. So queen c3, rook c3, c6, takes it, rook c6, and d5. Most likely, Alexandra is going to play bishop d3 just to protect the pawn. And maybe Black is somehow holding on after bishop e6. But I'm just seeing no compensation here for Black. It's just an extra pawn. Yeah, and he has played a move. I think it's c6. So c6 seems to be the choice of Karol. Alexandra expected that. I think he made a mistake. Oh, wait, he captures the pawn. Queen e5 and d takes on e5. Actually, why not? You know, d takes, b takes, rook c6, and bishop e6, followed by a5 and rook b8. No, actually, this is pretty smart. This is pretty smart. Good defense. I was thinking that this d6, d5 idea is very important, so Carol apparently has figured out a pretty decent way to try to hold it. I think here Alexandra is going to have to play bishop c4. Probably take and try to grind this in a rook endgame. Yeah, I see the comment in the chat. The bar is 0.2 for Alex, but I mean, it's just an extra pawn, no? I think that she's looking really good. So this looks really good for her. And yeah, unfortunately, the position is a bit boring for a morning game. All right, let's go back to Andrea's game. And we have some moves. Wow. After h4, this is interesting. You know, I would have thought that black is going to continue knight e7 because this is why he played queen e7, no? To defend the bishop and play knight e7 to kick away the knight on e5. And here, after a long think, Camille decided to play bishop b4. Which I suppose makes sense because he wants to play knight e4 and exploit the spin. Andrea played bishop d3. Also perfect sense. I mean, she meets knight e4 with bishop e4, maybe queen g4 and long castle and whatnot. Knight b5 and queen d2. Knight b5 is a bit odd move, but then again, the knight on c7 doesn't do much. So from black's perspective, it makes perfect sense. So he's activating the pieces that he has and then figure out later what to do. I support that. So queen d2, and now knight d6. So instead of pressing on this pin, he decides to put the knight on d6 and threaten to play knight e4. And I suppose also for Andrea here, the next move is going to be very easy. She's going to play, I think, something like f3, and this appears to be the current position on the board. All right. So I think that f3 will be played. I mean, if I would have to choose this position, I'm definitely choosing white. Why is this? Because white has the better pieces. As you can see, the knight on e5 is really great. The bishop on f4 is great. The bishop on d3 stands fantastic. There's a very nice pawn structure, flexibility with a king set attack. And the black has, okay, one good bishop on b4. The knight on d6 doesn't really have a lot of squares to go. The knight on f6 doesn't have any future. Unless there's knight h5. And maybe this is why Andrea is thinking. Remember what I told you. At this level, it's never about finding a single move. It's all about seeing what they're doing after your opponent's next move. So that's why here, instead of playing very quickly f3 by Andrea, she's thinking what her opponent is going to do next. And most likely it's knight h5. You know why? Because the knight on f6 doesn't do much. Castling short feels very dangerous. I mean, look at this. Look at this position from the black's perspective. White is castling long, h5, g5, queen h2, g6. You like that? I don't. So I would never castle short. And since the knight on f6 is not doing anything, I'm wondering why I'm not trading it for the bishop. Because you know where's the problem? The problem is bishop h2, queen h4. That's the problem. And you can basically feel that Andrea right now, she's looking at this. Because if there was no knight h5, I think she would have already played f3 in a heartbeat. So right now she's trying to figure out, is this good? How do I meet knight h5? Do I want to give up my bishop for the knight? Because after bishop g5, there's f6. What is this position? By the way, I see, yeah, I have the silly bar switched on here. I don't really need it. It says that white is somehow better. Andrea doesn't know that, right? I see there's some crazy lines like g4. Trading one of the pieces for the knight. After knight g3, there's something like rook g1. F takes on g5. Whatever is this? I have no idea. H takes on g5. Take the knight on g3. This is a very messy position. It's a very big choice. And how I was taught to think during the games by my coaches when I was a kid is that you have to learn to allocate enough time for critical positions. And this, for Andrea, feels like a critical position. So knight e4 is a big threat. So she's probably thinking, I mean, f3, there's knight h5. Okay, I probably have to go there. But do I have anything else? And she has made a move. And it is not f3. And she just played, I believe, bishop g5. So this would have been my next continuation. I was thinking, you know, f3, knight h5, bishop g5, f6, g4. So again, I'm talking about this line here. Knight h5, bishop g5, f6, g4, knight g3, rook g1, whatever. What is this mess? I don't understand it. Let me try to get something more clearer. And I'm thinking, what kind of candidate moves do I have? What else I can do? So it's very important that you learn to formulate what needs to be done. So you formulate knight e4 is a problem. Why it's a problem? It's hitting the queen, it's hitting the knight. So you're asking yourself, what can I do to solve the problem? Either you remove the queen, but knight e4 is still there. Either you play f3 to take away the e4 square, it enables knight h5, or you do something else. And apparently Andrea has found this something else. So she plays bishop g5, and now knight e4 apparently is no longer a problem because the black queen on e7 is under attack. But obviously this raises some very serious questions. What do you do after h6? You know, I think that this is a move that probably immediately popped in Camille's attention. What about h6? What about h6, right? I mean, you have pinned me. So why don't I force you to take on f6? But he's thinking, since Andrea spent so much time on this move, I want to double check if I'm not missing anything. Because this is a classical game after all. So let's check it. Bishop f6, g takes at f6. This is what I don't like for Andrea. Now the point is that knight on e5 has to go away, and now black plays e5. This looks fantastic for black. So apparently after h6, she would have to do something else. Maybe there's some kind of a sacrifice. I'm not sure. Sometimes in similar positions, you can make something like a long castle work. I mean, if this is indeed the case here, this is not simpler comparing to f3 knight h5 IDs. Let me just show you. H takes, H takes. The rook on h8 is under attack. What do? I suppose you take on h1, right? You take on h1. I cannot take an f6. Intermezzo check on d1 is, unfortunately, we're down a rook, so we cannot do that. So take it. This check is a big threat. What do? So knight e4 loses. Yeah, knight e4, rook h8, thank you for the queen. Or as Eric Rosa would say, oh no, my queen. But actually here, it is actually true emotions. It is, oh no, my queen, because you cannot escape to d7. Yeah, the knight on e5 makes it impossible. So queen of fate, black has to give up the queen. You can't do that. So knight g8, I suppose. And then whatever happens here. So after knight g8, rook h8, how do you defend? How do you defend against bishop h7? Queen of fate or king of fate? Adios amigos, or whatever they say in Polish, I'm not really sure. It actually looks very unpleasant. You know, this entire idea of h takes, rook takes on h1, knight g8 feels pretty bad. Maybe there's some knight e7. Maybe. But the point being that after knight e7, you take with a king. The king escapes here. And if white gives a check on h8, there's knight of fate. So black needs two moves to get away from the danger zone. Play bishop d7, long castle, and capitalize on the extra piece. So if Andrea wants to go here, she needs to show something right now, which is, I have no idea. There needs to be some kind of a forcing move, something like g6. G6, oh, sorry. G6, f6, then what? Then what? What's the follow-up? Knight f7? Is that even a threat? It's not even a threat, so I can just ignore it, maybe even can take it. Everything is protected, so I don't see it. What is it? I was thinking some crazy stuff like bishop g6, but I don't believe it for a single second. The point is f takes, knight g6, there's some pins, there's some ideas. Maybe. But I mean, the point of bishop g6 is that I'm not generating any threats anyway. I mean, the pawn on f7 is defended by the knight on b6, so it's not a move. So actually, this entire sequence is a bit fishy. And I don't like what Andrea is doing. Because if she played bishop g5, you have to expect h6. And I can only assume that the move g takes on f6 for some reason escaped Andrea's attention. Sometimes this happens. I mean, you're automatically thinking that your opponent is never going to want to ruin his pawn structure. Yeah, so after bishop takes on f6, he's going to take with queen takes on f6. And maybe Andrea wanted to get this position, like she's going to play something like a 4, g4, g5, long castle, whatever. And sometimes this happens. You play bishop g5, you feel very confident about your choices, and your opponent responds with the move you expected, and you're like, what am I doing here? You know, because after bishop takes on f6, there's g takes on f6. And as I already said, this is not great. Although black has doubled his pawns, the next move is e5. That's the problem. Knight f3, e5, black gets the center. Black wants to play e4. What is your h4 doing here? Which was a great move earlier in the game. But right now, it just feels like it's a major weakness. So she played bishop g5 with very good intentions. And I think that right now, after h6, she realizes, oh my goodness, there's g6 and f6. Now what? And this is very difficult situation to be in. Yeah, especially when you commit to the very first mistake and you know you made the first mistake. You know that. I mean, it's very difficult not to make a second mistake right in a row. And I'm looking at this and bishop f4, go back. it just makes no sense, because after bishop f4, there's going to be knight e4, obviously. Maybe like acknowledge you made a mistake, accept it, and retreat. Oh my goodness, this is going to be very, very tough for Andrea. I mean, you play bishop g5. After h6, you recognize you have made a mistake and you have to go back. I don't see this happening. She's going to have to show quite a bit of character here. Maybe she's trying to convince herself to play a long castle. Long castle, h takes, rook h1, knight e7, rook h8, knight f8. But as already said, I don't see the follow-up here. Like the knight, the bishop, or the queen, how do I get to attack the knight on f8? Because black's idea is very simple. Bishop d7 and a long castle. Yeah, so you can see she's thinking. She's thinking she is very unhappy. I can tell you. She's very unhappy. She's trying not to show it, but she's unhappy about her choices that she has done. But it is what it is. You play with what you have. I mean, the best thing here for her is to accept you have made a mistake. So bishop f4 is going to require quite a bit of character to play. I think she's going to play a long castle. But the best move, I believe, is bishop f4. Acknowledge you have made a mistake. All right, listen, we have to go back to Alex's game because it's already apparently an endgame. Every single piece essentially has disappeared from the board. It's only 2 rooks each, an extra pawn for Alex. Let's see how did this happen. So remember the sequence. After rook c1, black played c6, queen e5, d takes on e5. This is the defense I did not see from afar, but I like it. It's a good defense. So Carol here is doing some good work. I mean, he essentially shot himself in the leg, and now he's trying to find the proper defense. He didn't really have to do all of this. Yeah, so here, bishop d4, queen d4, c6 would have immediately got an equal position. There was no need to do this, but okay, he made a mistake. Alex exploited this, and now they're in this endgame. Bishop e6, bishop c4 makes perfect sense. The bishop on e2 is not doing anything. You want to trade this very active bishop on e6. Takes. A rook e to d8. You know? Oh, Andrea went back. Wow. This is a major moment. This is a huge moment for Andrea. I'm happy for her because I can totally relate to that. You played bishop g5. You know you made a mistake. You missed h6. She probably misevaluated g takes on f6. And now she accepts she made a mistake. This is quite a character to go back. So it's still not over. And she had to gather she got to gather all her emotions to make this decision. Very, very smart choice. All right. I thought she's going to sacrifice the piece, so I'm happy I was wrong. So anyway, going back to Alex's game, one thing about rook games, you know, I would like to show you a certain book that I'm recommending everyone to study. I mean, I'm literally taking this book every night with me. I'm kidding. Of course I'm not. It's here in my working place. Do you see what it is? The Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. This is the 4th edition. And it features everything Endgames related. So Mark Dvoretsky, he was a Soviet then Russian, well-known chess coach, theoretician, very big on endgames. I have studied this book diagonally several times. This is what I'm usually recommending to do for my students. And it's all about endgames. And I remember very clearly one of the best advices I was given back in the day when playing against some kids. The advice was, take the youngsters to the endgame. Why is this? Because very often they don't really have the experience to play the endgames. And the endgames there are a separate part of the game that have nothing to do with the openings or middle game. So the precision is very, very important here. And that's why we are going to see from this game how good is Alex in endgames. I don't really know. How good is Carol? Obviously, Alex has better chances. She has the extra pawn, but you need to have some kind of prior knowledge how to play at endgame. So that's why I'm recommending this book. Or there's also this very famous bookend, which is now brought to a course on Chessable, I believe, 100 endgames you should know. Also a very popular thing. Because very often your games, they're going to take you to endgame. So should you play the Sicilian defense? Are you a Caro player? You like Queen's Gambit declined or accepted? You're very big on King's Indian defense or Grunfeld. There's one thing that is not changing in games. They're not changing. They're constant. So you can play whatever opening you want. They still, at a very good level, they're going to lead to the endgames. You have to study this. They're pretty boring to study at times, but they're totally worth it. Anyway, all of that is maybe not really so relevant, but one thing you're going to find in this book is that you have to know some principles about endgames. So let's try to formulate what they are in the rook endgames. So Mark Dvoretsky, I mean, probably somebody before him, he said a couple of things. So there's the stronger side and there's the weaker side. So white is here, Alex is the stronger side. Why? She has an extra pawn. Black is the weaker side. Why? He's down a pawn. That's why. So what is stronger side supposed to do? The stronger side is to trade the pieces and simplify the position. So what Alex wants to do, she wants to trade both of the rooks and transpose the endgame to a pawn endgame. And then the extra pawn on the queen side should be a very easy win. So for example, imagine this. We trade the rooks. We position the king somewhere on c4. You position the king on c6. I play b4, a4, b5, a5. I create a passed pawn. And then I simply march with the king towards the king side, collect all the pawns while you're busy collecting my passed pawn on the queen side. In a nutshell, that's what white wants. Of course, it's not really so simple because black is also not born yesterday. So he is going to lead some proper defense. And The defender, the weaker side, he doesn't want to trade pieces. On the contrary, he wants to trade pawns, as many as he can. This means he wants to trade a pawn for the a pawn or the b pawn, whatever. He wants to trade as many pawns at the king side as he can. And that's why these guidelines, they're really important here. So white wants to trade pieces, black wants to trade pawns. And the most important thing, you want to activate the pieces that you have. Always an active rook, always an active king. That's it. Can we update Alex's board? Yeah, I got it. I got it. My apologies. Yes. By the way, I am following the chat. You know, maybe sometimes you're feeling I'm neglecting you. No. I'm not neglecting you. I'm reading everything you're saying there. So one of my eyes is glued on the board. The other one is glued to what you're saying in the chat. Really appreciate your positive feedback. Yeah, so here Alex is just playing pretty logically. King f2, king e2, she's trying to bring the king to the board, but I'm a bit curious what happened before here. I don't like this rook c2 move. You know why? Because it doesn't stop black from trading the pawns. So black plays rook d4, black plays rook b8, and black will play rook b7, f5, try to trade a couple of pawns. So this rook c2 retreat is just in case protect the second rank, but I think the rook on c4 is really nice. It stands well. And Alex was apparently concerned about rook d2, but I think she could have done something else like g3, rook f2, put the rook on the second rank, keep the rook on c4, and activate the king like this. Because if she plays rook f2 to the second to defend the second rank, there's rook d1 check and rook d2. That's a problem. Rook f2, rook d1. Yeah, you can't get the king on e2. Real easy to say. This rook c2 feels like a minor inaccuracy, but okay, maybe it's still okay. King e2. And yeah, now I think there's also another move already played. Rook d to b4. Oh, sorry. Rook d to b4, provoking white to play b3 so that he can trade a pawn. This is a very good defense. Unfortunately, for Alexandra, a5, black is following textbook defense. Activate the pieces. Try to trade as many pawns as you can. There is no better defense. Yeah, maybe I should have explained. There's also a question from Nifa in the chat. Explain why he wants to trade pawns. Okay, why do you want to do that? There are some theoretical endgames that we know by heart. They're drawn. For example, the so-called Lucena positions where you have a king and the rook and a pawn versus the king and the rook. Easy theoretical drawn positions where you know how to draw them by hand. Couple of defensive techniques, you know how to draw them. So you try to trade these pawns, as many pawns as you can, so that you are steering this endgame to one of those theoretical endgames, right? So that's why here black would love, he would love to remove all of these pawns from the board. They're gone. Black would love to trade also this pawn. They're gone. Let's say B pawn for the A pawn. White is left only with A pawn left. Maybe trade the rooks and position the king on A8. Now, do you recognize this endgame? It's a very easy draw, right? So the white king, so the black king on A8. Black can even afford to trade the rooks, and white is left with A pawn. You can't win this. And that's why in Alex's best interest is to avoid to trade pawns if she can. And yeah, a5 is on the board. Rook c3, I think, was played by Alex. This is a great move. I like it. Now she says, if you want to play a4, it might cost you a rook trade. Because this is what I want. I want to trade the pieces. You want to trade the pawns, right? So Alex is like, okay, let's go here. Let's go here. So I want to trade the rooks. I want to create a pass pawn and put the rook behind the pass pawn. Actually, I think I can do it like right now. 8x on b3. Dream scenario for Alex. Yeah, so play b4, b5, activate the king. The rook is behind a pass pawn. This rook is passive. You know where's the problem? Black doesn't have to do all of those things. Black doesn't have to take on b3. He can still trade the pawns at the king side. Because this pin is still there. White can't easily get rid of this pin. So I would imagine something like king d2, king c2, and a3 maybe. Black should be able to do something at the king side. So it feels quite drawish, but let's not rush. Let's not rush, okay? Because these rook endgames, they're super tricky. And it can change very quickly. Even very good world-class players, from time to time, they misplay rather simple-looking endgames, and all I see, a pawn is still there for white. So this means that Alex still has pretty decent winning chances, although the bar says that it's a draw. Maybe at a very high level, top GM level, casted against Caruana, this would be a draw. But for us mortal beings, I think it's still a decent possibility that white is going to win this. Let's go back to Andrea's game, because she made this very heroic decision to play bishop f4, to retreat, to acknowledge that she's made a mistake. And I'm not sure if there's more moves. I quite do not. Just a second. Let me see if I get more moves. I think there's more moves. Yeah, there's c5. Right. So what I was saying, I mean, this required quite a bit of character. And I think that I don't really know how Andrea was playing before. But I would imagine that maybe earlier, she would have sacrificed a piece. Like here, after this h6, after she realized that bishop takes an f6 is going to be met by g takes an f6, she maybe would have sacrificed a piece by playing a long castle, h takes, and then whatever happens. You know, it's like I'm doing this for content anyway. So this is a very mature decision. It's not easy, but she made the right choice. Bishop f4, c5. So black is attempting to, I suppose, to play c4 and land the knight on e4, exploiting the spin. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a3. Maybe there's d takes on c5. So, I mean, this knight e4 threat it's still there and there. So, again, for Andrea, it's not really all about d takes on c5. It's all about not to miss knight e4. So she's trying to limit the damage. Can she play now f3? She apparently made a move, which is f3. Yeah, she played f3. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about this. So I think that she went through all of this regretting process, like, why did I play bishop g5? You know, I had this f3 move here. After f3, knight h5, probably she was not sure what happens. Bishop h2 drops the pawn. G4, she would drop the knight on e5, so I suppose she didn't really like it. f6 was an incoming threat. Bishop g5, f6, g4 was probably too much for Andrea, and that's why she decided to play something else. And here, after blundering this h6 and bishop f4, c5, she thought, okay, listen, I mean, I gotta go back to my original idea. I know I wasted 2 tempi just like that, but okay, I mean, I gotta control the e4 square. So f3, I think it's a good choice. So yeah, Septim is asking on chat, did she just give her opponent 2 tempos for free? That she did. But that was the best she could have done from a bad situation. Yeah, and obviously the bar is not really excited about the prospect giving away 2 tempi just like that, but there's nothing you can do about it. And I imagine that her opponent, Camille, is considering to play knight h5, which was a move before. Now you see you don't have bishop g5 anymore, so knight h5 is definitely a move on the table. Or he wants to do something in the center and try to have some proper follow-up of the c5 push. I don't know what. I mean, maybe c4, dislaunch the bishop, and play something like knight h5. This makes sense because, again, it's the same idea. Bishop h2 drops the pawn on h4. There's no bishop g5 thanks to extra tempi here on h6. Very useful move. And maybe white can play something like g4. Takes. The downside of the pawn on h6 is now that white cannot black cannot trap the white knight on e5 at f6. You see, with the pawn on h7, this pawn would be this knight would be trapped. Now there's knight g6. Thank you for the extra rook. So maybe this is not so bad after all. Black could play, I'm not sure what, something like bishop d7 and long castle, queen e3. The game continues. I think he has made a move. And he played, what did he play? I don't quite see. I'm sorry, I don't quite see what he played. c4. c4 is on the move. Yeah, that's a great move. I like it. It's a bit paradoxical because you would be thinking, I have 2 bishops from the black's perspective. So what do I have to do? When you have 2 bishops, you have to open up the position. That's the logic. When you have knights, you are supposed to close the position. But it's really so simple because there's always some other rules at play. And here in particular, it's the space advantage. So black has 2 bishops and he closes the position. Why? Because he treats that his space advantage is a bit more important than those 2 bishops. And also by playing c4, he dislaunches the bishop on d3. So bishop on e2, I believe, is the move. And the court, the ball is back at the court side of the opponent. He has to come up with the next move, which could be knight h5. I mean, knight h5 is actually a pretty difficult move, but I think that Andrea did not play this earlier because of knight h5. You can see her eyes are glued to the h5 square. No poker face. She's not even trying to hide that probably knight h5 will be played, because if black doesn't play knight h5, I think that Andrea has a pretty good position. Like, Should castle on g4. This is actually pretty great for white. I mean, maybe bishop would be standing better on f1, queen h2, g5. Very good chances to start a kingside attack, and this bishop at f4 is very important. So that's why this knight h5, it's an odd move, but it kills the bishop at f4. Maybe Camille is not going to find it. He could also play something else. How does black activate his light square bishop? Bleak 90 is asking on chat. It's a very fair question. You know, I think that one of the ways how you can become a better player is try to focus on the important things that are happening right now. And the way this game was played, I'm not really sure if black really needs to worry about the development of the light square bishop. I know it's a bit paradoxical, you know, because most of you are taught, like, what do you have to do in the opening? You fight for the center, you bring out the pieces, you castle, and you see what happens. Well, at a certain level, there are exceptions to these rules. You start to play slightly differently, you improvise, you grab space early on. And I believe that there are moments when it's better not to touch certain pieces at all. And the reason is that you don't really know what to do with them. It's like, you know, I'm looking at this bishop on c8, and I'm like, where do you want to position it? I mean, I don't know. Okay, probably bishop d7, bishop c6, then what? Right? So it doesn't really feel like it's a massive change for black's position. The bishop stands on d7 or c6, or you play b6 and bishop b7. So I would not touch the bishop at all. Yeah, and I would focus on what is more important at the present. And I really like that black has the option to play knight h5, and apparently knight h5 is on the board. Yeah, so that black has the opportunity to kill white's dark square bishop, and that's the move that Andrea was not happy to see. She had no choice. She did the best she could have done, but she was secretly hoping. Yeah, now you can see she is, yeah, not happy to see this move, but there was nothing she could have done after missing these two tempi. And now after knight h5, she has to figure out what to do. My money would be on g4. This is how I would probably play it. A bishop h2, I don't think this is anything worth considering. G3, knight g3, everything just falls apart for white. You see bishop g3, the rook is under attack, even queen g3 is a move, so it's not a move. And yeah, the bishop is gone. So maybe a3, maybe g4. But the entire game is still ahead. And as you can see, clockwise, Andrea, she's doing pretty well. She has 51 minutes. Her opponent is slightly behind, 38 minutes. By the way, I should have mentioned it from the start. The time control of this classical game, and I mean the entire tournament, is 90 minutes for 40 moves. When they reach move 40, they get extra 30 minutes until the end of the game. So it's a long game. It's a long game. Yeah, one game mainly at a day. I believe in the Cracow tournament they had one day where they had double rounds. Yeah, double rounds, this is very tough for everybody. I mean, I have played myself in double round tournaments, and I basically made a decision: never ever again. I don't want to do this. It's just very exhausting, you know. If you get really unlucky, and you get this very tough first game, very long game against very good opponent, you're a little exhausted. And imagine it outside, it's plus 30 degrees Celsius. You have no energy. Then half an hour later, you have to come and start to play the next game. I mean, chess can be very tough. So having proper time to recover is very important. Yeah, by the way, some moves were played in Andrea's game. G4, as already predicted, it's a great move. Trying to grab some space, generate targets. Knight f4, e takes into 4 was played. And yeah, as you can see, the bar is not really fond of Andrea's position, but no, I think the entire game is still ahead. But objectively, losing to tempi just like that, it cannot be great, really. But game continues. Everything is good. All right, let's go back to Alex's game. See what's happening there. So what is the position? Oh, wait, this is the position. This was one of my analysis, and apparently I believe they got there. So Alex is trying to protect the pawn on b3. And a couple of moves we missed before was not obviously a takes on b3. Yeah, because black is not interested to trade pieces. Rook b7. You know, I think that Carol is misplaying here slightly. So what he would like to do, wait, what? So what he would like to do is he would like to trade as many pawns as he can. And that's why here this rook b7, I think it was the correct idea because he wants to play f5. But now, I'm not sure what happened. Why did he play h5? I mean, h5, it's like a normal move, but again, remember, you're supposed to trade the pawns. That's what you have to do. So, okay, rook b7 takes care of the 7th rank. Now that it's protected against any checks, which I'm not even sure if that's a threat, by the way. I was thinking, why not play f5? You give me a check, what about it? I'm going to play king f6. I want to trade pawns, remember, right? You can take my pawn on h7. I'm going to take these pawns here. So, for example, rook h7, takes. 4 pawns against 3 at the king side. Should be a draw. Should be a draw. Okay, I mean, this rook b7 is understandable. It's a minor waste of time. But just in case he defends from this check. And now I think he should have played a 5. Absolutely. Trade the pawns. So e takes, g takes, because the pawn on e4, as you can see, it's under attack. E takes, g takes, king c2, and find ways to trade more pawns, like e4. Obviously, Alexandra would play here a3, b4. She's trying to create a passed pawn, but the less pawns on the board, the better the odds for black. And here he played h5, which, yeah, I don't really like it. King c2, and now, as you can see, Carol is thinking, and he's, oh my goodness, I just realized Alice is not even spending any time here. She is 1 hour and 18 minutes on the clock. So in a couple of minutes, Alex will have 1 hour advantage on the clock. That is very, very impressive. You know, I think we are giving these 90 minutes to think about variations, calculate something. But maybe for Alex, the position is so simple that she has figured it out in 50 minutes or so. But okay, I mean, from her part, the moves were pretty easy, right? So she played this early 95, everything traded, she captured a pawn, retreated, she's creating a pass pawn, so seems to be pretty easy choices. They're very, very fast. I'm myself the guy who always wants to spend time, even if I have like huge time advantage. I want to use this time properly to make sure I'm not missing anything. But I get it. I get it. You play faster, you finish faster. All right. And also, by the way, there's a major advantage by playing very quickly is that not only you are having more time on the clock and you finish the game faster, but you are applying more pressure against your opponent. And he feels stressed because some people can't stand being so far away on the clock. It's just psychologically very difficult. But there's a move. I think it was h4. h4, and Alex played like very quickly a3. I think she's going to win this. a3, 8 takes on b3. Wait, what? I think I'm... Wait, I think I don't have the correct position. She played... she played rook c4. She played rook c4. So king c2, h4, rook c4, 8x on b3, 8x on b3, and rook b5. Wait, I'm not following. Just a second. Just a second. I apologize. You know, I have tough time to follow. So it was okay. So it was h4, rook c4, takes, rook b5, h3, and this is the position. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. I'm not sure about this h3 move. I suppose Alex is not very happy to allow a black to push h3 to ruin the pawn structure, because now h3, black has ideas like king h6, king g5, king d4, king g3. Yeah, and by the way, king h6 is on the board. King h6, king c3, king g5 probably will be played as well. Okay, Alex is not wasting time here. This is pretty sure. But listen, I would like to go back to this moment. And I was wondering, why not a3? This was one of my original ideas here, is that after a3, I thought if you take it, I trade the rooks. And since I'm the stronger side, I'm interested to trade the rooks, right? So I want to create a passed pawn, a4, rook a3, use the king, and somehow win the game. And I thought that after a3, if the black rook retreats, I get to play b4, put the king on b2, activate the rooks, and somehow try to even collect a pawn on a4. I thought this was pretty logical. I'm not sure. Rook c4 is also a very human move because Alexandra wants to trade the rooks. Black wants to trade pawns. This part makes sense. And I think that she slightly rushed with this h3 move. This was a very big decision. She played it very quickly. And now, after king g5, black is getting some counterplay at the king side. And again, there's a move. Okay. Yeah. All right. Alexandra is determined to play this game very quickly. Before, I suppose she's not concerned about king f4 to king j3. Also, Carol, her opponent, he is also picking up the pace. He's playing pretty fast. I think king f4. f5, by the way, is a very serious move here as well. I'm not sure because f5 takes, black trades a couple of pawns. But the only problem with f5 is if Alexandra ignores this, black has difficulties to make the next move. Like you play f5 and I literally knock on the table. I just play, let's say, rook b2 and I play rook c5. What do? You can't play king f4 because now I take on f5. If you take on e4, I take with the rook. So maybe this f5 is actually not a great move, and he has to play king f4, king f4, king g3. Yep, king f4 is on the board. Rook b2. Wow. The speed is very impressive. This is move 36. And Alex has 1 hour and 1 hour and 80 minutes on the clock. All right. Okay, now the question is what happens after king g3? Rook c5. And I suppose white is going to win this. Yeah, we had the pass pawn. This doesn't really require very high-level calculation. You can see white is faster. White is simply faster. You cannot do this. And if black plays something like rook c7, king c4, you see the rook on the second rank defends the pawn on g2, and white should make a quick work of the defending rook. So this is winning. So apparently king g3 would be a losing move. So if I'm sitting here with black, I'm thinking I gotta protect the pawn on e5 so that I can play king g3. How do I do this? Maybe rook b6, avoiding rook c5. So probably Alexandra is going to play rook c5. Maybe now, instead of king g3, which drops the pawn, I could play f5. Takes. I'm not sure, by the way, do you really have to take? But just to show you on a line, b5. e4, takes, king c4. This is not obvious at all. Not obvious at all. You're going to play rook c6. The rook on b2 is ganking after the trade. Rook b4, rook c6, you are ignoring the pawn on e3. You cannot do that. So actually here, maybe after rook c5, f5, Alex would have to go back. But then again, after king g3, how do you make progress? I mean, you need to push forward this pawn. So the general logic from Alex's perspective, she wants to trade a pair of rooks. I mean, if she could only offer the opponent, let's just, remove a pair of rooks off the board. She would gladly do it. Because then the B pawn marches forward much faster. But I have a feeling that Carol is going to object. And he is going to either try to trade the pawns here or keep the two rooks on the board so that the B pawn doesn't move forward as quickly. So it's not going to be easy. And yeah, here you see the opponent is thinking he has officially 1 hour less on the clock. That is insane. If only you could go to the arbiter and trade your extra hour on the clock for like an extra pawn. Now that would be quite something, right? Unfortunately, you can't do it. All right, let's go back and see how Andrea is doing. We haven't looked at her position for a while. And after e takes on f4, I believe this is where we left it. Black played queen c7. I think queen c7 is directly linked with f6. Because black gonna play f6 to get rid of the knight. There's knight g6 fork. And black plays queen c7 because he wants to get rid of this knight. Oh, wait, maybe he also wants to play queen a5 and knight b5. That is pretty smart. I think there's even more moves. Just a second. I'll get an update on this in a moment. Yeah, no, queen c7 is the final move. There's no more moves. Yeah, no more moves. That's it. And clockwise also, Camille is spending a bit more time, but Andrea, unlike her older sister, she is using the time a bit more, although the position is worse. So go figure. What is better? Yeah, so long castle looks a bit dangerous because if you play a long castle, there's knight b5, queen a5 ideas. Looks very unpleasant. And if I'm playing with white, I want to get rid of the spin. I don't like this. It's annoying me. So how about I play a3? a3, can I play queen a5? Threatening to play knight b5 or take on c3 and then play knight b5. If I play king f2, what about this pawn? Is it gone? Or maybe actually it's a very similar line like queen c3, b takes on c3, knight b5. Do I like this? It's not so clear. Yeah, this queen c7 is a great move. Actually, now that I'm thinking, maybe it doesn't really have to do anything with f6. It's purely queen a5, knight b5. And maybe f6 is like a side product, just in case. So queen c7 is a very good move. And Andrea does play a3, which is very understandable. So I'm pretty sure queen a5 will be played. Because bishop a5, maybe also bishop a5 is a move with the idea to play knight b5. So Andrea could play queen e3, knight b5, and some sort of king f2, knight c3, b takes on c3, and suffer. Yeah, this is obviously worse for white. Major weakness on c3. Some darks with weaknesses here, beautiful knight on e5, but as soon as black is going to play f6, the illusion is going to disappear. So white is not going to have the knight on e5 anymore. No, this is worse, clearly worse. So bishop a5 is also a move. Queen a5 is also a move. I'm not sure what I would have done. Queen a5, by the way, is played. Makes perfect sense. And Andrea, what did she play? She played rook something. I don't see. Rook b1, I assume. I don't see from this angle. Let me check on the broadcast. Yeah, rook b1. This is what she played. Very, very normal move. So the point is she's not threatening to kill the bishop. Bishop c3, queen c3. Aha, this is what she wants. Okay. Very good defense. So she stops. Look at this. This is actually very smart from her because not only she identified what does black want. Black wants to take on c3 and play knight b5. So she expects this. She plays rook b1, which maybe would seem it's a very ugly move because what is the rook doing on b1? But she expects that black is going to take on c3. And after queen c3, black is going to take on c3 with a queen to ruin her pawn structure. And now actually the rook on b1 stops knight b5. But okay, I mean, of course, she has no illusions. She knows she's worse. And it's a not very exciting position because she had a very promising position at the opening, good attacking chances. And there was this silly moment when she played this bishop g5, h6, and she had to go back and acknowledge that she hadn't made a mistake, but she did it, and she avoided even a greater trouble. So this was very important. And yeah, but I have a feeling she's in for a very long and unpleasant defense. So for example, black could play, I'm not sure, something like f6, knight g6, or maybe find the right moment to play f6, bishop b7, put the king somewhere here, and look for ways to break through. But you know, I think there is some optimism we can have, because even though white's position is pretty ugly, I mean, it's not great. Weak pawns here, the pawn on the 4 is weak, the bishop on e2 is not really so great. But think about a bit further. Think about how black will make progress. Think about this. So for black to make a progress, you need to open up the position somehow. So the question is, how do you open up the position? Do you play b5, a5, b4? I mean, white is perfectly ready to meet this. Do you play f6, e5? White is very well equipped to meet this. Do you play, what do you play? Yeah, I mean, do you play g5? You need probably some kind of a break. And it's not going to be so simple. So I imagine it's going to be a longer game, like maybe some bishop d7, bishop a4, somehow try to get the rook on a6, press on the pawn on a3, somehow get the knight on b5, but I get the impression that white should be able to hold this. Yeah, by the way, chat, how are you doing? How are you finding the games? Thank you for your positive feedback. I am reading what you're saying there. I'm not abandoning you. Hope it was a great tournament so far. And from my part, I can only say that I absolutely support what Andrea and Alex they're doing. They're great role models for chess, bringing it to wider audiences, playing in tournaments, providing coverage. It's very interesting for us chess players. So I hope stuff like this is gonna continue and become like a new standard. All right. Okay. Apparently, there are more moves in Alex's game. Let's go back to that. And where is it? Just a second. Let me see. I think, yeah, this is the position. Rook c5. Wait. What? No. Just a second. Let me see. Rook b6 and rook c5. I think this is the position. Yeah, rook b6, rook c5. This is the position. All right. So her opponent is spending a lot of time. He already has 8 minutes on the clock. Alex has 1 hour and 18. Wait, this didn't happen, did it? Rook c5, f5. No, wait. Just a second. I have some confusion here. So I think there was these moves, rook b6, rook c5. And f5. Yeah. By the way, shout out to all the Latvians. who are watching. I already saw a couple of comments from my fellow countrymen. Hello, hope you have a great day. Apparently, the weather here today is going to be slightly more bearable than it was yesterday. It's unbelievably hot. You can't believe, I mean, yesterday it was something like plus 30 degrees. Just unbelievably hot summer. All right, so here after a 5, I think Alexandra has to go back rook c4 to protect the pawn. But then again, after rook c4, king g3, how do you make a progress? 32.9 Celsius, June record. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, I mean, you don't know the story. I can tell you what I once did. The most stupid thing I could ever have done. So it was year 2020. No, I think it was 2020, 2021. And I was working on my very first Chessable course. So right now I have written 4 Chessable courses. The 5th one is on the way. But I had just started working on my very first course. And, I decided I want to record the videos like a true gentleman, right? So I dressed myself in a very nice suit. I had a jacket. I don't remember what I had there, but I was like dressed up really nicely, looking really dapper and everything. Except the problem, it was June and it was outside plus 30 degrees Celsius. So I was literally dying. I was recording those videos. I recorded about 50 hours of video about my Chessable course while sitting in a full suit in an apartment, and I almost died. Yeah, never, ever again. Yeah, but by the way, on a serious note, sometimes this is an issue, right? You play in a very serious tournament, and you're supposed to have a proper dress code, like you're playing in a World Cup. Yeah, there was this big scandal, something like, what was it, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, I don't remember, where Anton Kovalyov, one of the leading Canadian grandmasters, he was playing a World Cup match in shorts and sneakers, I think. he got some penalty because of that, and in the end he quit the tournament. But it's very tough, if you don't have proper conditions to play, it's very tough for a chess player. But I believe this is not an issue in Cracow, and that's why I really support the tournaments that have more lax approach towards the dress code. So you don't have to like sit in a full suit when it's burning outside and there's no air conditioning inside. They said it was very hot and sweaty in the arena yesterday. Oh, that's bad. All right. What have we missed? Alexandra did play rook c4, king g3. Those are the moves. Now the question, how do you make progress? How do you make progress? Yeah, Carol is leading some pretty good defense. And by the way, don't be fooled by his clock situation. He has 6 minutes on the clock, but this is move 38. And he knows he is going to get extra half an hour on the clock in 2 moves. And that's why I believe Alex's clock is going to show something like 1 hour and 45 minutes, which is a lot. This is huge. I don't think I actually have seen such a big advantage on the clock ever. No, e takes on g5. This was not played. This is just a choice. Oh wait. I think I'm missing something. Instead of king g3. Oh, my bad. So here after f5, rook c4, king e3 instead was played. King e3. Not king g3. E takes on f5, g takes on f5. And the pawn on h4 is up for grabs. And you can definitely sense Alexandra is looking at the pawn on h4. After all, why should she not take it? Looks like it's a healthy extra pawn, but the problem is, I mean, black is about to organize a pass pawn here in the center. Yep. The pawn is gone. So now officially white has 2 extra pawns. Rook takes on h4. E4 probably is about to follow. Actually, I'm not so sure if Carol is making the right choice. I mean, I get it. I get it. The pawn on e4 is very strong. But is it worth another pawn? I'm not sure I would have done that. So this was the moment here. I thought king g3 was a move. But the thing about king g3, it would apply pressure against the pawn on g2, but it would leave the pawn on e4 not under attack. And that's why here, Carol decided to sacrifice the pawn on h4. This was not a blunder. This was a sacrifice. So he thinks the pawn on h4 doesn't matter. He's trying to keep the rook here locked on the defense on the pawn on e4. And also, we call this shouldering of the white king, right? I mean, I'm using the shoulder of the black king to make sure I take away some squares for the white king. So Alex probably had no choice. She accepted the pawn. And now Carol is thinking, should he play e4 or maybe give a check first and then play e4? My money would be on e4. So let's try to make this work. For example, something like rook check. I'm not sure why would I want to trade the rooks. Here, takes, e4, takes, b5. I think it's slightly against what black is trying to accomplish. Remember, I told you, white wants to trade the rooks. Black wants to trade the pawns. So I don't see this happening, and probably e4 is the best move, and e4 is on the board. It also shuts off the rook on h4 from the game. That's a good move. And this is also a move 40. There's one thing that you might not be aware of, dear viewers, that in the professional circuit, there are 2 types of digital clocks. So one type of digital clocks, especially when you have 2 time controls, they add you the extra time after you have physically made the last required move. So for example, you may move 40, and this means you automatically get the extra time. However, sometimes there are clocks, and I think in most of the occasions that's the case, when the extra time is only added after your previous time expires, or for one of the players, the previous time expires. And you know, sometimes this leads to a lot of confusion because you don't really know for sure, especially if your handwriting is not perfect. And trust me on this, not everybody's handwriting is perfect. Some of the handwriting I've seen is just outright ugly. You just can't understand what they're writing there. And you're not sure. Have you made 40 moves? Have you made 39, 40 moves? And your opponent is hiding his score sheet. I mean, he's not obliged to show you what he has there. So you don't know for sure, right? Have you made 40 moves or not? You're like always doubting yourself. Maybe I jumped over a move, and actually it's not 40 moves, it's 39 moves. And the clock doesn't show you the added time. And that's why in very serious tournaments, Some players in special technical meetings, they're always raising this question. What type of clocks do we have here? Is the time added right after the required amount of moves has been reached, or the time expires? This is a very, very important detail. And I do believe there should be one unified standard. Unfortunately, it's not. So it's every single time people are asking. All right. Now Alex has a lot of time here. 1 hour and 12. She's going to get extra 30 minutes on the clock. So she could easily take an hour break, have a lunch, come back, go for another lunch, and the position is still going to be the same. But okay, I mean, jokes aside, you can't really leave the playing venue. Have I ever been in Poland? This is what I said at the very beginning. I have been in Poland many, many times. I have a lot of Polish friends. I love playing in Poland. I don't think I've played in Cracow ever before, but they have great chess tradition. Also, the chess in Poland is booming. And if you're looking for really great open tournaments, totally, I would advise you to go to Poland. This is where I got my one of my first GM norms, because we did a very impressive travel with friends across Europe back in 2010, I believe. There were 5 of us. We rented a car. We drove about 8,000 kilometers across Europe from Riga to Portugal and back in a time span of about 2 months. We played a lot of tournaments. And during this time, we played also in Poland. They had a couple of very nice summer tournaments, very good beaches. So nice place to be. Do I play in Riga Open? You're probably talking about Riga Technical University Open. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, it would be great to see Alex and Andrea here in Riga. I don't think they have ever played here. So Riga Technical University Open traditionally runs from every August in the capital city of Riga. And this year, I believe it's August 5 to 11, Monday to Sunday, something like that. I don't really remember. And the plan is that I will be providing the official commentary for the tournament, unless something else happens, which I'm not going to mention yet. All right. So Alexandra is thinking. Let's maybe go back to Andrea's position. Let me check if this is the actual position. Bishop f1, king e7, bishop f1. I believe this is the position. Bishop d7. Yeah, this is the position. Right. So I'm not really sure what Andrea here can do except of slightly improving her position. Maybe black wants to play bishop e8 and f6, trap the knight. So the big question is, what do you do after that? So bishop e8, how do you stop f6? f6 traps the knight. I think it's the only move really here. h5, f6, knight g6. Yeah, it doesn't look great. This doesn't look great for Andrea. Now I think black is going to play something like king c7, put the rook on here, 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 and execute e5 push. So if I was somehow be able to avoid a knight trade for the bishop, I would gladly do it. So how do you stop it, actually? I'm not even sure. f6 is such a huge threat. And bishop e8 is on the board. That's a move Andrea was not happy to see. Again, I mean, so far Connell is playing some pretty impressive chess. Very nice chess, showing some good understanding. And even though Andrea attempted to fix the mistake, the damage she had done by wasting these two tempes for bishop g5, bishop f4, yeah, the position is still very tough. Is there something else she can do, by the way? Maybe she can sacrifice the knight for 2 pawns. Let me double check if this is the correct position. This is the correct position. Maybe there's some ideas like, just an idea, right? h5, f6, and I'm just sacrificing the knight. I don't think it really makes any sense, but bear with me. So f takes, I want to get the pawn on b7. You have 2 pawns for the piece, have some activity. So for example, here, 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 and something like this. Not great, but might be something. But there's a problem with the plan. As I say, this is not checkers. I mean, black doesn't have to do this. Black can simply play rook b8 and force your hand into playing knight g6. Because now f takes on e5 is a threat. The pawn on b7 is defended. There's no fork, you see. Everything is protected. So knight g6, bishop g6, we're getting to the same position. Yeah. There's not much. There's not much she can do, really. Just hold on, play quickly, apply pressure, and hope it's going to be enough to save the game. Andrea here is not playing for the win. She already knows this. Can she play g5? There's a question in the chat, by the way, a couple of times. Maybe. Because the position with h5, f6 looks pretty not great. So you try to somehow complicate the game. Now the question is what happens after h5? Is your knight getting trapped? So you have to evaluate what happens here. This is one thing. The second thing, what happens after the simple trade? Do you like this position? So you have to take on f6. You see your rook is pinned here. Takes, knight g4. Bishop something g6. Is this position better? You know how typically it works at any level. It's not even Alex and Andrea, it's everybody. Mainly everybody. Okay, maybe except Magnus. You know, Magnus is different. He's the greatest. So the normal rules don't apply to him. So normally everybody is a very good expert when it comes to choosing between good moves, right? So this move is great. This move is awesome. Here I have Slaughterbear Endgame. Here I have good attacking chances. And I'm sitting like, you know, very comfortable. Oh, this is also great. You know, I feel psychologically really good. I'm choosing between these really great choices and I feel good. So I choose one of them. And imagine this, the opposite. So Andrea is sitting here and she's like, h5, f6, yuck. It looks so bad. g5, I create multiple weaknesses, a lot of holes in the white's position, not so great. sacrifice a piece, my opponent can accept it, I probably don't have enough compensation, etc., etc., etc. And you know, it's super difficult in such a situation where you have all the bad choices. It's very difficult to remain objective. And of course, you have the pretty bad mood together with this position, right? And it just doesn't mix really well together. Unfortunately, that's how it works. And in those positions, in those situations, the position tends to get worse all the time because you just can't really make the objectively correct choice. And you need to have like super specific training for that. Very, very difficult. Like I already said, for Magnus, this doesn't apply. He just plays whatever, any position. Maybe also for some of the younger Indian super talents like Rigaisi or Gukesh. But for us human beings, choosing the least damaging move in a bad position, it's very tough. All right. Is f5 a move? f5 also, by the way, is a move. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you. MH050131. Appreciate that. No, it's not a bad move. I think all the moves are bad here. So it's all about what gives you the best hope. An f5 is played. All right, look at that. An f5 is played. You know what I would try to do if I'm playing with white? I'm trying to find some hope in some lines, some activity. Because I definitely don't want to go to a passive defense where I have nothing. And with f5, at least Andrea is undoubling her pawns and doing something. So she offers the pawn on f5, which I don't think is ever going to happen because it allows white to activate rook on b7 with a check. There's bishop h3 incoming. So of course, this is never going to happen. And also she's threatening to take on e6. So most likely black is going to play f6. And I assume Andrea is going to play knight g6 because the knight is under attack. And now the question is, what is this position? No, it's a nice move. It's a nice move. Not a bad choice. Yeah, let's go back to Alex's game. We checked it last. Let me see. e4, king c4, rook c7. Not so many moves can be made. So king c4, Alex is trying to push b5. And that's why black plays rook c7 check. Look at this. This is actually very smart. So with king c4, Alexandra is like, you can take my pawn on f3. And I assume the idea here was to give a check on b3, defend the pawn, and let's say black plays something like king f2, play g takes f3, maybe sack the pawn on h3, play b5, rook d4, give up the pawn on h3, and hope somehow crash through this blockade here that black has built at a b5. But I mean, black was pretty aware of white's plans, and he gave a check on c7. And I assume now after king d5, oh wait, now this is a threat. Maybe he wants to give a check, king d6, and go back. This is getting super tricky. And if I give you a check, oh, there's king d4. Wow. Oh my goodness. Don't get mated there. You have to be a bit careful, actually, you know, with the king walking just like that in the late evening in the park alone. So maybe it's actually f takes on e4. F takes on e4. You can't give a check. There's king to e4 and a mate threat. The pawn is gone. I don't really see how she's going to win this then. So after rook c7 check, she played apparently king b3 and rook b7, and this is the position. And she played now something else. King something. Just a second. No, I don't think she did. What? King c2, I believe. King c2, rook b4, rook b4, rook b4. I think this is the position we're saying. Yeah, unfortunately, the news here is that I don't think Alexandra is going to win this. So she has the extra pawn. She has successfully traded one pair of rooks, but unfortunately, also the major advantage she had, the b pawn, is gone. And it doesn't really matter that she has this extra pawn on the king side. All that matters how far are these pawns advanced. So f takes, f takes. You have two connected pass pawns. You're not going to win this. You know, I think that even there might be positions where, let's say, white positions the rooks here, and this pawn is gone. Even sometimes this position is a draw. Just because the white king is so far away. F takes on e4, by the way, is played. Rook e4 maybe also is a move. You know, rook e4 offer a trade. The point being, black is creating a pass pawn very quickly. And if white says no, f4, f3, trade more pawns, this is just a draw. No, this is a very obvious draw now. So actually here, Karol has a choice. Yeah, Alex doesn't look very happy. Maybe she's fatigued. I don't know. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy to play a morning game. Maybe there's also jet lag hitting in, long tournament. What was it, 8 or 9 days? She had a great start. As already said at the very beginning of the coverage, she had 4.5 points out of 5. Great start. Had a, thanks to the chat, by the way, had a great streak of not losing. Then she suffered back-to-back losses in round 6 and 7. So, okay, maybe she's just happy to finish the tournament. I'll look on for more. Yeah, this looks like a draw. Let's see how Andrea is doing. After f5, her opponent is still thinking. I think so, at least. Yeah, he hasn't yet made a choice. How mad would Alex be if she lost to Andrea in this tournament? I guess we'll never know. But they did play against each other, did they not? In this Italian tournament, was it? I remember. I mean, it made waves on the social media. I very clearly remember this picture. Alex was, yeah, Sardinia, yes. Alex was playing against Andrea. I think Alex won. So, quite a bit of rivalry there. Andrea was hopping mad when she lost Alexandra. Yeah, I would easily imagine there's some sibling rivalry. Because the last person you want to lose is your sister, I assume. That's pretty normal. All right, I think we have more moves incoming because I saw a couple of moves being executed. F6 is played. f6, I believe knight g6 already was chosen by Andrea, bishop g6, and f takes on g6. This cup is conveniently placed that I can't really see if there's a pawn on g6, but I assume there is. All right. And wow, there's some moves. No, wait, no. I'm looking at Alex's game. Carol is still undecided. Should he play rook takes on e4 or f takes on e4? I think both of them are drawing. So he can't possibly make a mistake. What happens if Carol's time goes to 0? He gets extra 30 minutes on the clock because they are officially over move 40. The tournament regulations state that you get extra 30 minutes. You know, I am not going to lie. Even being a chess professional, this is where you always feel extra tension. Even if you're like totally sure you have made 40 moves, 41 moves, you can't help but stare at the clock. You want to make the move by instincts and not to flag. But then you remind yourself everything is good. So I think he's going to simply wait until his clock expires. There you see, he had a glimpse of the clock. So he's checking the score sheet again. Is he sure he has made 40 moves? I think he's going to wait for the clock to expire, get extra 30 minutes, calm down, and then make a draw. There you go. Now he knows there's extra half an hour. He did not lose on time. Let me see if Andrea's got more moves. I believe she did. Yeah, rook b8, a bishop h3 has been played. I like bishop h3. So Andrea is activating the bishop. She wants to play rook e1 and get to the pawn on e6. Maybe things are not really so bad. I have, by the way, a question to the chat. So speaking about this tournament, okay, the tournament in Cracow is over, right? This is the final round, round 9. After the day the tournament is finished, have the Botez sisters announced where they're going to play next? I'm curious. Because they've been very active lately. Poker. All right. World Series of Poker, right? Right. I remember it typically runs in July in Vegas, does it not? And of course, Alex is also a great poker player. I'm not sure about Andrea, to be honest. I remember Alex playing in some poker tournaments. Right. All right, listen, there's not a lot of things to talk about. So I'm going to make a very short break. I think I'm entitled for my very first break of this conversation. Don't go anywhere. Listen, I'll be back like in 2 minutes. Take some refreshments, take some coffee. So I'll be back in a minute. And I don't think we're going to miss a lot because Alex has plenty of time on the clock. Like I already said, she could easily have a walk or 2 walks in the park around. She has like 90 minutes extra. And Andrea is still fighting on, but the opponent, by the way, might be in a minor time trouble. So 7 minutes. This is move 27. Be back in a minute. All right. So there are more moves in the game of Andrea Botez against Camille. Knight e8. Slightly odd move. The idea, I suppose, is to rearrange the knight on c7 to protect the pawn on e6. Rook e1 played very quickly by Andrea, hitting the pawn. Knight c7 is the response by the Polish player. And I believe also Andrea played a move very quickly, which is... I'm not sure what. f4 maybe? I don't see it from this angle. They're playing pretty quickly. Yeah, I believe f4 makes perfect sense to threaten to play f5. Maybe g5 in some lines to open up the bishop. King d6 also is a very reasonable move. Somehow, I'm not sure I like what Black did here. Because this knight on d6 was standing pretty well. And positioning the knight on his c7 feels maybe more secure for Black, but it doesn't do much. In the meantime, in a game of Alex versus Carol, Carol can't really decide. How does he want to take the pawn? Actually, I'm looking at this position. I'm wondering maybe there's also a choice to consider playing f4 and then grab the pawn, rook e4. Doesn't really change the outcome. For example, you can play rook e4 or f4, rook e4, trade these pawns, and this is going to be a very easy draw. Unless Carol is ambitious here. He's actually thinking he's entitled to play for the win, like f takes, remove the rook, king f2, e3, e2, push the pawn forward. Actually, why not? I think I would play f takes on e4 myself. Just to imply I have some chances here as well, but okay, objectively, there's nothing. So clockwise, what's the situation in the game of Andrea against Camille? This is move 29. And this means the players have to make 11 more moves to reach move 40. So Camille has 8 minutes on the clock. Not really a time scramble. Because he has a lot of easy moves to make. Let me double check it if this is the actual position. Yep. Seems to be. And Andrea is thinking what to do. Grumpy the Penguin in the chat says both games look like draws right now. I would agree about Alex's game. Absolutely. I think it's a draw. About Andrea, well, let's just put it this way. She has somehow managed to survive. And now the position doesn't really look so bad. But I would not really go as far and say that the position is a draw. Just because the evaluation bar says it's equal, because I still think that if somebody's pushing here, it's black. Because white has still, nothing has changed. These are weaknesses. This is a weakness. And the bishop on h3 doesn't do much. So if somebody can misplay this, I think it's only white. That's how I feel it. I'm not really sure what Andrea has to do here. Maybe just sit and do nothing. Like sometimes doing nothing is the best thing you can do. Like just stand there, rookie 2, rookie 1, and ask yourself what the opponent is going to do. Because how does she make a progress? Okay, maybe she can try to play a 5. I'm not sure I like this move because my bishop here at h3 is starting to look silly. Even this position, like takes, and some sort of a b6 to play rook e8. I don't like this bishop, like at all. So black is going to trade the rooks and try to trick me in the endgame where the knight is going to be more active than this bishop on h3. It's such a sad bishop. It's just going to do anything, really. That's why I don't like this f5. But if you ask me what white is supposed to do, I have no idea. That's why I'm suggesting sit and do nothing. Maybe get the king on b2 to protect these pawns, double the rooks here, and just wait. That's the best I can think of. Maybe start with here, black plays here, you play here, black plays whatever, you play king c1, you play king b2, and you just do nothing. But the question is what happens after e5, because black can do actually something. Wow. I mean, actually, I'm looking at the bar. I'm amazed to see that Engine somehow finds this slider better for white. Ah, wait, I understand. Takes at f5. Now, this game suddenly can get very sharp. Something like e4, g5. Whatever is this? I have no idea. Very weird pawn structure. So the only chance that Andrea has here, if the opponent is going to overdo it and push e5 at the wrong moment. But black is calling the shots. And Carol is still not making the move. Oh, I can just make them all already. You know, I'm watching the game of Alex versus Carol, and I'm literally amazed how Alexandra can sit at the board for so long. Like, she's not getting up. She's just sitting there for like, how many hours is it? 3 hours straight. I don't think I ever saw her leave. Maybe she did leave. I don't remember. Maybe she did leave. But she's just sitting there all the time. Amazing, right? I think that if I was playing, I would have gotten up like 100 times. And in general, I think there's two types of players who are playing over the board. They're the sitters and they're the walkers. I'm a notorious walker. I always walk, always walk. I just can't stand sitting. And at the pro level, if there's somebody I can definitely relate to, that is Peter Swidler. It's always walking around, always walking around. I just can't stand sitting for so long. Yeah. But on a serious note, sometimes walking is good. You know, it just, you take the game with you, you walk, you stretch your legs, you look at some other games, but some players just like to sit. I don't know, not me. Tipcheria says she got up briefly about 2 hours ago. Finally, there's a move. F takes an e4. Thank you, Carol. I was getting bored. So it took him something like 20 minutes at least to make the move F takes an e4. And Alexandra plays very quickly. King c3, hits the rook. Apparently, Carol has worked out all the details. Rook b8, rook c8 makes perfect sense. Cut off the king. I think there's any move. Yeah, rook b8, of course. Also, this is what I would have done to try to cut off the white king. Actually, I think that Alexandra here needs to be a bit careful because this pawn on e4 is very strong. Although technically it feels like white has no risk here. No. I disagree. There might be some risk. For example, if she lets this pawn go to e2, it might cost her the rook. And we have an update on the clock. As you can see, Alex has officially 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. Rook g4. Do you see the bar? That's what I told you. I don't like this. Why are you rushing, Alex, here? There's rook c8 check. King goes where? King d3. This pawn is running forward. These pawns, they're not so fast as this black pawn on e4. This rook g4 was actually, I think this was the moment where Alex got to like understand that she's the one who is making the draw because this pawn is very strong. The rook at h4 is not really great. So activate the rook. The first thing you need to have is activate the rook. So let's say black would have played king f2. You're not playing for the win. This pawn is very strong. Give a check. Activate the rook. And if white takes if black takes the pawn, play king d2, king e3, and secure a draw. So maybe after rook f8, if black would insist on keeping the pawn alive, now run with the pawn forward. Run it. And this should be a draw. So the lesson here is that I think Alex quite did not understand that this position can be potentially dangerous. She played rook g4. She is thinking that she's going to build a so-called ladder, 2 pawns with a rook. They're marching forward. Yes, this is how you would play it without the pawn on e4. But this pawn on e4 changes a lot of things. And now, I think after rook c8, she realized there's some issues. Major issues. King B, what did they play? King B2, no, wait, I think I missed some moves. Sorry, my bad. I apologize. After rook G4, rook G4, rook C8, King B2. These are the moves. King D3, rook B7. This is the position, and King E2. This is the position. I mean, King E2 is such a weird move. Why would you position your king voluntarily in front of the pawn? I don't get it. Why would you do that? So you have a passed pawn. Move it forward. Move it forward. No? Actually, no, Engine says I'm wrong. Actually, that's curious. Wait, just a second. Just a second. Let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. Is it rook e8? No. No. Is it rook d8 to stop the check? No. Wait, I'm officially confused. So the most obvious moves. Wait a second. I'm the grandmaster here. Let me figure it out. What is the no, I think I would have played e3 here. E3 looks very human. King e2 makes no sense because you're blocking the pawn. This far I can get it. Huh. A check? But why would I give this check? Cut off the king? No. All right, listen. I have to reread the book. You know? Yeah, these endgames, they're very tricky. They're very tricky. I'm not sure, to be honest. Why? You know, it's very easy. It's very easy. You switch out an engine, everything is obvious. But I do sense that his passed pawn is super dangerous. But the question is, where exactly is it in? Maybe a check? No, that makes no sense. All right, listen, just a sec. Let me check what is the current position on the board. I think it was h4. Yeah, where was this? Just a second. Rook g7, king e2, h4, rook h8, and g3. Pardon? Pardon? Yes, yes, yes. This is the position. Don't worry. I have no issues. I have no issues to acknowledge that there are endgames that I also sometimes don't fully understand. This happens at any level because this margin sometimes between a draw and the win is very, very small, super small. right? And sometimes understanding where's the difference is, that's why you have to study those endgames, because at the most critical moment, that's going to make the difference. Either you score a draw or you win the game. That's why you have to study it. But again, from the Alex's perspective, she didn't really have to do all of this, right? So again, here, she could have made a draw by activating the rook, cutting off the king, and make sure this never happens. So this king c3 and rook g4 was not good, which apparently gives a winning chance for black. I just very quickly cannot even find what it is. Probably some engine-like continuation. And now the position apparently is still equal, but I would still pick black. All right. I suppose bring the king closer. Let's go to Andrea's game. We have left it for a while. Let me try to find it. So it was, where was this? F4 here. I'm so bad. Just a second. Let me try to get you an update. F4, king d6, a4, b6. A4, just a second. A4, b6. Rook e3, rook e1. Rook e1. Rook f8, f5. And this is the position. All right. Yeah. Remember what I said before about sitting and doing nothing. This is one of the most hardest things to do in chess, to sit and do nothing. And unfortunately, I think, unfortunately for Andrea, she did something. So she played a 5, you know, because you always want to do something. You want to generate some targets and weaknesses, whatnot. And now maybe she was hoping for e5 to go to this weird position that I briefly had a look at some time ago, but black just took it. And this, I'm not sure I like it, because here the bishop on h3 is pretty bad. And could it be that Andrea simply missed this move? E takes on the 5. So she was mainly expecting e5, and now she's like, wait a second. I mean, apparently black can just take it. The rook at e8 is obviously defended. I suppose g takes. Rook e3, rook e3, rook e8. Oh my goodness, this endgame is so ugly. You do see that, right? So black has a very easy way to create a passed pawn. a5, knight c7, b5. Look at this. a5, let's say I go, whatever, here. a5, here, 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 here. I mean, what do you do? a4, what do you do? a3, collect the pawn, go back, collect the pawn, collect the pawn. Everything just falls apart. That's why this f5 was a very bad move, and I think that Andrea is going to have to. She's going to have to keep at least one rook on the board. She can't afford trade both rooks. So, for example, after g takes, rook e3, rook e3, rook e8, she just has to make the... Oh, wait, and there's a draw in the game. Alex just apparently drew the game. So if we go back to the final position, this was it. After g3, king c2, she was apparently losing again. King f2, check. King e1, e2 was still drawing. And after king g3, king d3, it was a draw. Just like that. All right. I got really curious. Where was the victory? I don't think the black really had to do this. So these pawns don't really matter. The pawn on e3 here is stronger. Something like here. Put the pawn on e2, activate the rook, and just promote this pawn. Could have been something. All right. The camera is gone for the moment. I assume we might get an interview with Alex at some point, but I'm not like entirely sure. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe she's not in a good mood. So one game is officially over. She drew the game. She had an extra pawn, but at some moment she was in real danger. And we have only one more game, which is Andrea's game against her opponent, Camille. Rook e8. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Here, Rook e8 was played by Andrea. This does not look good at all. Rook e8, Rook e8, Knight e8, G takes, Knight c7. I think that this endgame is simply hopeless. She shouldn't have done that. Yeah, so look at this bishop. It can't do nothing, nothing, yeah. Totally hopeless for white. So black is gonna play a5, b5, knight b5, a4, a3 and win the game. So she made a critical mistake right here. This move f5. And I think the lesson to Andrea after the game will be to recognize these moments. And this is also how you can grow as a player. Sometimes the best course of action is no action. Yeah, and here her position is not really great, and she was looking for some sort of a counterplay, and she was trying to open up the bishop, but the problem is her actions become her undoing. It's very tricky because all of us, we are taught that you should always do something. You should always have a plan. You should always target something, and then you do it and you lose. Still going to be a very important lesson. So King C1, I believe, was played. Wait, let me check it. The official broadcast is a bit slow. I'm not sure I'm getting the moves. King C1 and B5, I see, was played. I would have started with A5, but okay, this move doesn't really ruin anything. A5 just drops the pawn at some point. This pawn is... Oh, wait, just a second. Maybe she has to try A5. Because this is definitely losing. This is definitely losing. The pawn is gone. King B2, A5, A4, A3, Knight C3, Knight B5. Now everything just falls. This bishop is totally useless. So the only chance she has is to play A5. And then maybe black is still going to win this. But if she gets the king on B4, maybe some chances. For example, here, 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 here. Somehow the Barian says this is better for white. Okay, and somehow managed to misplay this. Of course, this would never happen Unfortunately, he took it, and yeah, with this, I think the game is over. But okay. It is what it is. I think that also for Andrea, there's going to be a very valuable experience. I really like her decision when she played this early bishop g5, if I may go back. Remember this. When she played this bishop g5, which was, I think, based on miscalculation, she wanted to take on f6, and she just missed g6 and f6. I think this is what happened here. I think so. And she made this very mature choice to not to sacrifice the piece on g5 and went back. So this required quite a bit of character. She had a very tough position. And from here, she just was slowly outplayed. She did the best she could have done. Her opponent picked up this very nice bishop e8 idea. She led very good defense here. This was very good defense. Up to this moment, Andrea was fighting like a lion. Rook e3, rook e1. Yeah, and here this very unfortunate desire to do something. It backfired. Yeah, now there's nothing she can do. Let me see, what's the position? The bishop on g2, yeah, at least hit the pawn, a4. Nothing. Yeah, there's nothing she can do. And also you can see the body language of Camille. He also probably now feels this is a winning position. And the margin is really small. If only he would have, if White would have the pawn on a3 or the pawn on a2, would have been an easy draw, probably, because White has built a little fortress. But here it's going to be a win. All right. Yeah, there's a question. Where's Alex? Not sure. We'll see. Maybe she's going to join for a short interview. She's probably not very happy about the game. I think that what Alex could have done slightly differently is she could have used the time maybe a bit better. Maybe. There is a question I will call when it's a good time. I suppose that's Alex. Okay. All right. We'll be here. So, assuming it's not Andrea who is right now playing, it's safe to assume it's Alex. Yeah, it would have been pretty weird to communicate with the chat during the game. Or Dina. Now, Dina has her own username, does she not? All right. Bishop f3, I believe, was the move.
Hello, Arturs.
Hello, Alex. Hey.
Can you hear me? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I believe we are meeting for the first time.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you for doing commentary last minute. If I were you, I would plug your ears right now because I'm about to go on a really long rant.
Right. All right. Yeah, thank you. Also for having me. No problem. I'm very, very excited to do this. So
well,
yeah,
chat,
we're good. Yeah.
I need to get this off my chest. I should have just listened to my advice. I wanted to go home. I could have been 1/10 as tilted. I could have rested and I could have slept. There's no reason I should have been here other than the fact that Andrea guilted me. And I'm very tilted because when I gave Andrea advice, I was thinking about what was best for her. And I told her, you should decide. When she gave me advice, she was just guilting me because she didn't want me to leave. So honestly, I'm very pissed. I had no motivation to play. Also, I cannot sleep because what I found out is that this hotel turns off the AC at night, which is why probably I haven't been able to get rest because it's warm every single night. So I am extremely angry. I hate chess. I never want to play again. And I'm tilted to myself, gotten rest, gotten less tilt, and I never want to play again. Chess sucks. Okay. All right.
It's off the chest,
I'm done.
Yeah?
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. How hot is it in Krakow?
It's really hot. And there is AC in the room, but weirdly, it would get really warm every night. And I was like, am I losing my mind? What's happening? And then I started asking other people. They noticed the same thing. So that is what happens. Yeah, it's been a heat wave. So it's tough. And yes, I should be happy to escape with a draw, but like I know I played very quickly. Moving my king to d4 was terrible. I had no motivation to play, and I also just wasn't able to sleep at all. So like waking up at 9 a.m. when you're used to waking up later when you cannot sleep is just so brutal. Yeah, anyway, I regret staying here. That's all. Like I wish I would have left when I wanted to. I don't know why I stayed, and I'm never doing that again. It's better to be a quitter than a loser when there's good reason. That is the takeaway.
But you don't like the morning games, do you?
No, because I get used to the 4 p.m. But also I've had really bad insomnia here. So like I just haven't been able to sleep. And then when I knew I have to wake up early, I just keep waking up on top of already not being able to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you really want to go through the game or like, no, not this time?
I think it's always good to get tips. So yes, while it's fresh. I always like it. It's like a dog that poops on the floor. It should be forced to look at its poop. Otherwise, it's never going to learn. And that's me. I'm the puppy that shat on the floor. Okay. Anyway, chat, I'm sorry. I'm very tilted and I'm keeping it real. I'll try to end on a positive note. The people in Poland have been really nice. The city center is good. And I may be tilted, but I still appreciate the organizers for having us here and chat for watching and everybody for commentating. But like, I'm so angry, like I'm fuming out of my ears. Anyway, okay, now let's pay attention.
All right, awesome. All right. I'm not really sure. Maybe you can take the lead. You can, do you have access to the board, or you want me to walk through the moves and you could like pinpoint some of the critical moments where you feel you want to stop?
Well, if I didn't play King C4 like a bozo, was I winning?
I don't think you were winning at any moment. Maybe the only thing I would like to mention from my perspective, you know, I really like the way you played out this opening. Marazzi bind and everything. I'm a big Marazzi fan myself. Was there a choice you were choosing between short castle and long castle?
Yeah, I thought about it, but I thought in these I guess I usually only castle queenside in the same-ish. Honestly, I should have thought about it more.
Yeah, I felt it's very tempting, like long castle, h4, h5, kings, not kings, but the dragon, Sicilian dragon attack.
Yeah, I guess. Which one is usually better for white? Is it usually better to queenside castle? I guess against the lower rated, especially.
I don't know. It just depends, I suppose, of the playing style, of the mood. But I understand you were not like in a great mood today, so.
I was not in a great mood, and I was so tired. I felt like I was gonna throw up from the exhaustion. But now I'm so angry that I have adrenaline. So now I probably can't even nap. But okay, I will keep this queenside castle in mind in the future. Is there anything else I could have improved?
Yeah, I thought about this 95. I think from my perspective, I might be wrong. I thought it was the wrong moment. Definitely 95 is there, but I thought you wanted to include rook c1 first, because the point is, if you start with rook c1, you're going to play 95, and then it's a bit more difficult for black to get rid of this weakness on c7. the way you played at knight e5, this was really nice. It's a good idea. But now the point is that after knight e4, bishop d4, he simply could have traded and play something like c5. And I felt you don't have too much here.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, so rook c1 first. That's good advice.
Yeah, rook c1 and then knight e5 will basically just see what happens. But again, I mean, knight e5, it's still a very nice idea. The problem is that black can respond with more accurate move. And then he basically shot himself in the leg. He played rook e8. That was a pretty weird move. I guess he wanted to play some f5 ideas. I'm not really sure. This was very nice what you played. Bishop g7, queen c3, rook c1. So here you played very, very nice. Bishop e6, bishop c4. All of this was top-notch, I believe. And about here, yeah, I think you had some decent chances. I'm not entirely sure how you were supposed to bring the king towards the queen side. What you did kind of made sense. Rook c2 maybe is a bit passive. Not sure, but still looks pretty reasonable. And I thought that he had to like push f5 pretty early, which he did not. So king d2, king c2, this was pretty decent. The only moment here, were you considering like a3 as a choice, or you only considered rook c4?
I thought about it, but I was not here this game. I was just sort of on autopilot, to be honest, because again, I was just so tired. But that's not a good excuse. But honestly, when you're tired and you're not motivated, it's really hard to play chess.
Yeah. I can relate to that. Okay, so yeah, there's this moment. I thought that this a3 was pretty interesting because you want to play b4 and you might force a rook trade.
Yeah,
I thought this was pretty interesting moment here. So okay, you played rook c4. You want to trade rooks. You want to push forward the b pawn. But I think what you maybe where you could have improved is you could have tried to find a way to trade one pair of rooks, because with two rooks it's very difficult for you to make a progress. The b pawn is not moving forward. h3 was also a very responsible move because now you allow him this march with a king g5, king g4, king g3. And about here, I don't really know, Alex, what you should have done, because he played pretty impressive defense. And yeah, rook b6 was nice defense, f5 was nice defense. I think that you did the best you could have done.
I think, and did Andrea's game just finish?
The rook, I'm sorry? Andrea just finished. Yeah, I think, yeah, she was just losing, yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's
okay. Well,
unfortunately, she played f5 at the wrong moment. Yeah, not great.
No, not great at all. Okay, sorry, I'm back to listening to the.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I want to mention here is that okay, I understand you were like not really here for this game, but did you like feel there's any moment where you were in danger?
Yes, when I played king f4, I realized I messed up and I should have at least taken on e4 and try a little bit. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't. I knew it was getting dangerous. I just didn't care. And it's really bad and it's really wrong. And this is why I didn't want to continue to play the tournament, because I know that like once the motivation is gone, I lose so much elo. And just like usually I can fight it, but when I haven't slept and it's not there, I play terribly, and I need to work on that. But yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good.
Sorry. Yeah, so there was this moment when I don't know what happened here. Did Carol fall asleep or something? Because I thought after
I heard I was lost.
Here, no.
Oh, so the arbiter is like, oh, actually he was winning. I was like, really?
Yeah, but not here. No, not here. Okay. I thought that here after f6 and e4, if you had like if you felt a bit better, you would have thought you were risking here. So you need to activate your pieces, which is the rook. Obviously, it's kind of sat here on h4, and after king f2, now you give a check, which is basically what happened in the game. You drop those pawns. If he plays king g2, king d2, king e3 is an easy draw. So he would have tried. I would have tried to play king e2, and now you march forward h pawn.
Yeah.
So this was apparently the perfect defense. Yeah, because I don't think you're the one who is pushing here. And what happened is that apparently here there was a win, but I have to confess, the whole chat saw it. I did not see the win. I need to use.
Wait, there's a win.
Somehow,
a win for who?
I don't know where. I have no idea where. Somehow, I tried to make it work, but I could not make it work. I made all the human moves, and Engine was laughing at me. So there must have been some very interesting way for him to find a win. I did not see being a Grandmaster. He missed it, so it's okay.
Interesting. Okay, well that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, it was like for a couple of moments here. Also, the final moment here after rook f7 check, he confidently grabbed the pawn on g3. I mean, he definitely had to play king e1, e2, give a check, and try to use this pass pawn, but he did not. So
interesting. Okay, so I actually have an endgame question. It's just a general endgame question. Can you go back to like when I played rook c2 earlier on? Like way back before the kings were still in their infancy, so to say.
Here, rook c2.
No, keep going back. It's a very general question. Okay, pause. So, in a position like no, after the bishops are traded. Sorry.
Yeah. There's not much further I can go.
Yeah, no, this is perfect. So my general question is, if I trade one pair of rooks, that improves my chances, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if all of the rooks, if I traded one pair of rooks, let's say there's no B pawn, no A pawn. If my rook is on A1, am I winning? If my rook is on A8, is it a draw?
I'm sorry, which pawns are traded? A pawn and B pawn for which pawn?
Okay, so if we could take it off, I think it'd be easier to show chat. So let's pretend that there's no rook on F1, no rook on D8, no pawn on B2, no pawn on A7. So you could just make the pieces red.
I understand.
Okay, and then my question is, when you're up a pawn all the way on the opposite side of the board, if my rook is on A1, so behind the pawn, am I winning? And if it's reversed, if the black rook is on A1 and my rook is on A8, is that a draw?
Well, I can't really say for sure that if the black rook is always going to be behind your pawn, it's always going to be a draw, because it really depends what happens at the king side, because you might use the A pawn as a bait to do something at the king side. But in general, the drawing chances for the defender increase dramatically if he manages to position the defending rook behind your pass pawn, and vice versa. If you do the same, if you trade the rooks, if you create a pass pawn and you position your rook behind the pass pawn, you have very, very good winning chances. Because there's a couple of rules in endgames that we try to follow, and this is what I was explaining to the audience during the broadcast, is that you're strictly following a couple of guidelines. You're the stronger side. According to Dvoretzky, you try to trade pieces, which is you try to trade a pair of rooks so that you can push those pawns forward much better, much faster. And your opponent, on the contrary, he wants to trade as many pawns as he can. So he wants to trade A pawn for the B pawn. He wants to trade all the kingside pawns and reach the position to some kind of a theoretical endgame. But objectively, I think it's a draw. Objectively, it's always a draw. That's the beauty of the rook endgames. It's very difficult to win them.
Got it. Okay. That's fair. So objectively, it's always a draw, but this is what you're trying to do to get the best chances.
I mean, you are never winning.
Yeah.
So I think it's also a slightly comfortable feeling. And actually here, I would have thought maybe rook fc1 was the right choice. Now that I'm looking at this during the broadcast, I didn't see this. So the point is you keep your rook on c4 active. So there's a couple of rules, is that you always want to have the rook and the king active. So you want to keep those pieces active. And at the same time, you try to talk your opponent out of trading the pawns. So the rook on c4 is really active.
I was just worried about allowing the rook to d2.
Yeah, but you get it away. Because if he trades, you're happy because you accomplished what you wanted. Yeah,
right.
So you activate your king. The rook goes behind the pass pawn. You create a pass pawn where the rook is operating.
Well, what if he goes rook to d8 though and doesn't trade right away? That's what I was. That's what I was afraid of.
Then you position the rook on c2. He probably is going to activate his rook. You play king f2, play something like b3, and maybe try to use.
No, sorry. No. He goes rook d2, rook c2, and then rook d8.
Here.
Because I was yeah. So right now rook d2, and then rook d8. Because I was worried that my king is a little too stuck here.
That's a fair point. Maybe there's something like king f1, king e1. So you're not really afraid of this check on d1.
Mm-hmm.
And you hit the rook on d2. So let's say okay, whatever. I'm not sure, something like h5. He pushes those pawns, you play king e1. This is what you want. You want to trade a pair of rooks and the rook d1 check. I'm not sure what it really does. You play king e2. Now you see the second rank is defended, and you can actually use this rook maybe to pair it, to trade it for another rook, because it's going to be very difficult for you to make a progress with two rooks on the board. You want one of them to be gone. So that's how I would treat it. And your opponent wants to aggressively push forward those kingside pawns. That's what he wants.
And why is that what he wants to do?
Because he wants to trade the pawns in general. Because let's say, imagine this position from the very beginning where you had it. It's very difficult for him to do nothing, just sit and do nothing. So if he trades all of these pawns at the king side, if he trades the A pawn, for example, for the B pawn, then he just positions the king in the corner, and it's a very obvious draw.
Like he moves his king all the way to the queen side.
Somehow, yeah, eventually, somehow. So that's at least the theory. You trade as many pawns as you can, and you try to get to some kind of a theoretical drawing endgame. Otherwise, the more pawns on the board, the better the chances for the stronger player, meaning the stronger player, the one who has the extra pawn.
Okay. I think these are some good general rules.
Yeah. I think it was a good game. You maybe played it a bit quickly at some moment.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you. Also, where are you from?
Latvia, Riga.
Oh, Latvia.
I was doing the commentary, and I was wondering, are you going to Riga? Because we have this Riga Techno University open in
when is
August.
that?
Riga.
No. When? Sorry, not where.
When?
In August? Oh, in August. In August, I have a lot of family events. I have a baptism and a family reunion, which we never do. It's our first one, so unfortunately, we won't be able to play in August.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year. It would be cool to visit. I mean, you guys have a very cool chess culture, especially for a country of your size.
Yeah, we try.
Yeah. Cutie Jelly asks, what time is the next stream, Poker Monday? So I'm going to be hosting 3 poker games July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and they are all starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. So that should be pretty fun. In the first one, we'll have some creators. We'll have the usual suspects like Nemo, Nate Hill, Ben Feingold. Grandmaster Ben Feingold is playing as well. He's actually in Vegas for poker right now with his wife Karen. And then there'll be some other friendly faces as well. And then the next 2 days we'll have like some pros that I recruited to play. But anyway, it should be a fun time. And then after that, I'm going to play the WSOP main event in Vegas, which is the biggest poker tournament in the world. Last year there were over 10,000 entrants. It's really exciting. It's like it's my favorite poker tournament all year. It is a grind though. You're playing poker for like 12 hours a day, not doing anything else, but I'm excited. Anyway, so
I'm also following poker a bit, so yeah, I do know the main event, of
course.
Oh,
do you play at all?
No, I am a very bad poker player. I tilt all the time, so no.
Oh no, I see Andrea message me. She said, I'm so tilted. That was so stupid. There are many ways for me to win or draw. I was tired and didn't sleep and didn't want to think and just threw. Well, I can tell we're related. I'm going to tell, I guess we're related. Hop on call, question mark. Yeah, well, also, you know what? While we have you guys here, I will do a little announcement. Maybe, no, Andrea can tell you more when she comes. But another thing that we've been working on is we are organizing our own tournament. It is at the end of July. It's going to start July 24th. So in less than a month, for those of you who want more chess. And we are bringing together the biggest female chess content creators. We're all going to be in Los Angeles. It's going to be a classical tournament. So Andrea and I are gonna get our sister rematch then. It is gonna be over the board. So you're gonna have Dina, Nemo, Anna Kremling is like 90%. She needs to finish a final confirmation. Anna Rudolph doesn't play chess anymore. Otherwise, I would have absolutely invited her. And then we have a few other players as well. But it's going to be really exciting. We're going to have some IRL streams there as well. Hammer is going to be commentating for at least half of it. That's right. We're going to do so we're going to be playing classical chess against all our friends, which is going to be really stressful. And it is FIDE rated, and my dad is going to be the arbiter because he is a FIDE. He does have his certification.
Right.
But yeah.
Which country is it?
Anyway, so it's going to be really exciting.
Which country was it again?
It's going to be in Los Angeles.
Ah. Hello, Andrea.
Hello. Hi,
Dina's
Arthur.
coming.
You look very angry.
Yeah, I didn't. If we had met before, I would have entered the stream with some curse words, but you are a new guest, so I'm trying to withhold any bad language.
It's fine. It's fine. Alex already let it out, so.
I'm so fucking guilty. This was so stupid.
Sorry.
Everything was stupid. You know what we did? We played Baba Warba until midnight. If we hadn't played stupid hide and go seek until midnight, I wouldn't have slept 3 hours and I would have woke up and I would have chose to use my brain, but instead I was too tired to think. So I didn't think when I pushed the pawn. I knew I was supposed to go rook d3. And then I didn't think when I moved my king and I knew I was supposed to push the pawn. And it was so obvious, but I just didn't want to use my brain because I was so tired because we played hide and seek until midnight.
That is, don't you dare blame it on Baba Warba. And
I should have
remember when I wanted to quit the tournament and you were like, no, you have to stay. Are you happy?
This was your revenge, the hide and seek. It was
no,
so
don't you blame it on hide and seek.
And
don't
you couldn't
you
have
blame it on hide
if you wanted, so don't you blame me.
No, I couldn't have.
No, you had no flights home. You were stranded in Poland regardless.
That's not true. I could have left later that day, but you
made
me feel so bad about leaving that I stayed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
No, for sure.
You had a bad bishop. I'm aware, Paul. Hi, Arthur. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just let it out. It's fine. It's fine. I get it.
If I wouldn't have taken on b5 and I went a5, would it have been a draw?
Do you really want to go through the game? Maybe just some quick insights?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, A4 was so bad, and I knew it was so bad. And I don't know, for some reason, I just I saw rook e3, and I just chose not to do it, thinking it would make a difference. And it's such an obvious mistake.
Yeah, I just maybe wanted to stop here. So all things first. So with bishop g5, did you miss that he can take with the g-pawn?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, this I figured because I felt here you were pondering about the move f3, stopping knight e4, and I suppose you didn't really want to play because of knight h5, was it?
Yeah, but I thought, here f3, f3, knight h5. Then what would I play?
I don't know. There was some crazy lines I was looking at. It's very easy to suggest, but difficult to play. Bishop g5, f6, and g4. Whatever it is, this.
Oh, interesting. I looked at this and then I didn't think about it too long because I thought the trade wasn't good. But takes on g5, we take on h5, and then I'm assuming your plan is the queenside castle. Oh, in the f6 line with g4.
Yeah, h take, f takes, h takes, knight g3, rook g1, or whatever is this. I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I see.
Okay, but to your credit, I have to say that here after bishop g5, h6, I realized you blundered. You played a bishop f4. I thought you were going to sacrifice the bishop here because it was very difficult to say to accept that you have made a mistake. So this was actually a very good thing that you acknowledged you have made a mistake and you went back.
Yeah, and I didn't think it was that bad because now he has that hole on g6 if he ever wants to kick my knight. So I was feeling okay. Here I was expecting knight b5 right away, which would double my pawns, and then I'd be kind of stranded without castling. But I felt like after his queen move, I was okay. Or maybe that wasn't good for him.
No, it was first c5 here. You mean here, yeah, knight h5. Now we...
after this, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry,
you were
knight b5
kind of
later.
worse.
Yeah, instead of queen c7 here, I thought knight b5 was correct.
Knight b5. Yeah, it looks.
Instead of queen a5.
Yeah. So the only thing I want to mention here, your position was, not very inspiring. You led some very good defense here. So bishop f1, f5, I really like those moves. f6, knight g6 here, bishop h3. All of this was really good. You played a4, rook e3, rook e1. And
yep,
this was the moment where I felt you had to do nothing.
Yeah, I didn't even consider taking on f5. I like completely brain farted and thought the move was e5. But yeah, exactly. I had to just do nothing. Somehow I just completely missed takes.
Yeah, because now after e takes f5 just looks very bleak, and the only chance you have here is to avoid both rook trades. Yeah, so this rook e8 sealed the deal. That's it. After that, we're lost. There's no chance you can save this.
Which here I was considering, okay, taking on the pawn. He takes rook, rook takes, rook comes to e8, right? And then, but then the issue is that the rook's coming to e4, and then it comes attacks my h pawn. So I thought even this is bad.
It is bad, but the alternative is worse, unfortunately.
Yeah. And a4 was a big mistake, right? I was just supposed to go rook e3.
And you mean a4? What you did here?
Yeah. No. A4. Before this, a4. Yes, that move.
No, but I'm not sure this a4 is actually a mistake. So the mistake here was playing a 5. So you can't really make any progress. And what you should have understood here is that your opponent wants to play e5 himself at some point, and this is when at some point, let's say he doubles the rooks here, he plays rook e8, he plays e5. Now you carry out your idea of d takes or takes f5. That was really tricky, but it was difficult.
Okay, yeah, I was mad at myself because I thought I had thrown pushing the a pawn, so then that's when I stopped carrying. I'm like, fine, I'm just gonna push. He pushes, and I didn't, and that's when I started being careless because I was on tilt. But that's interesting that a4 wasn't a mistake, and I was just
I don't think a4 was a mistake. I mean, it was okay. Maybe it was a bit easier to defend with a pawn on a3. Maybe, by the way, you play something like king b2 and you just do nothing.
That makes sense, man. F4. Yeah, I mean, it's F5. Yeah, if I would have seen takes, it's so obvious to go and then game bad bishop. Somehow I just completely tunneled and missed it because I think like earlier when I was calculating the lines, I was calculating it when I thought maybe like when the rook was pinned on e7. I don't. Again, it was just a lapse in judgment, but I shouldn't make excuses. But
yeah, it is what it is.
And in the opening, so then.
No, opening was good. You play this Jabava London, which is a great opening. It's very popular right now. So I think
that's the first time someone who's commentating our stream says Jabava is a great opening.
No, it's great. Why not? It's a great opening. So
was h4 correct or no? I'm not sure in this position.
Yeah, it's a move. Because in the London, as I understand, I'm not sure who of you is coached. Maybe both of you is coached by Alex Benze. Yeah, so
I am. He's my coach.
Yeah, so he is big on the London. Obviously, he has written a very good course. Made some runs. Yeah, h4 is very typical. This is very typical. So improvise right here, right?
Yeah, gotcha. So the mistake. So really, the main mistake was bishop g5 because or was white better up until then?
No, I think it was just a fight. So here, the critical moment is what you would have done. Let's say you had chosen f3, knight h5. The question is what you would have done later. Yeah, so this bishop g5, it's very difficult. It's very difficult sequence. But you can come there if you just cross out everything else. The pawn on h4 is under attack, and knight f4 is a problem, and f6 is a problem. So bishop g5 and g4, it's maybe not really that difficult to pick up. It's just how to evaluate this.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to tell that it's a good trade even after seeing, like, even if I would have seen the position with rook g1 takes on h5, I guess maybe I could say, okay, because the light squared bishop is bad, so it's fine giving them the bishop pair. But for some reason, I thought having like my pawn on f4 and having that setup would be better because then I could try to maybe pawn storm on the king side, and I thought it'd give me more chances.
Yeah. Nice opening.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. F4 was the big mistake.
Oh, you mean sometime later? Yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of lost it.
F5, yeah. Well, thank you very much for the feedback, Arthur. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I know you're not in the best mood, so it's okay to let it out. So
yeah,
we appreciate you understanding. I'm sorry you caught us on our rough day.
Yeah.
I wish you had a better way to finish the
I know.
tournament.
I
By the
wish
way,
we
I
ended
wanted-
with a win, but you know,
Andrea, I do have an idea.
I'm not playing any Baba Warba.
Okay, now hear me out. I
No.
would like how. Okay, can I finish my sentence?
Yes, go ahead.
Stream to show chat how we've been entertaining ourselves for the last week. So chat, you guys don't know. One, Krakow downtown is so beautiful. I really love it. This hotel, the playing hall is great. However, the location is a little bit rough in the sense that there's nothing around here, like literally nothing, except for a park.
Are you gonna keep going?
I mean, and we've been recruiting chess players every night, and we play this game where you blindfold someone and then they have to tag people on the playground, and we've gotten really good at it. And I think that would be an incredible IRL stream if maybe Andrea would be down to participate.
No,
as well.
I'm so pissed that we played hide and seek until midnight. Because if I would have went to bed early, I would have been rested. I wouldn't have been tilted, and I wouldn't have blundered. And I'm not playing that stupid game anymore.
No, it's you would not have fallen asleep earlier anyway. Like if you only slept 3 hours, we got back at 12. I could do the math. The round is at 9. That's 9 hours. So
yeah, but you know I have insomnia. And I could have prepped.
Yeah,
because I don't to prep.
No. So I
Anyways.
think it would be a fantastic stream.
Well, we have no way to even. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not. There's no. I'm not playing anymore. Baba Warba.
We can stream off our phone.
I don't want to play.
But chat, you don't. For chat, we're never gonna get such a good playground again. Like this playground is
who
elite.
are we gonna
Also,
play
chat,
with?
If I recruit people, will you stream with me?
No, I don't want to play anymore Baba Warba. I hate that game. I'm traumatized. I should have just went to bed. I don't want to play more hide and seek. We played for like 3 hours and the night before. A girl can only play so much hide and seek.
We only played for 2 hours.
And I want to take a nap. I'm done playing on the playground. I don't want to go to the playground. Only people who win games deserve the playground.
Why don't we discuss this off stream and maybe we have a little surprise stream?
All right, we can talk off stream. We've been playing so much hide and seek, chat, instead of studying chess. That was the mistake. I shouldn't have ever played hide and seek.
Archer, do you have any children?
Yeah, 2.
Oh, is it us?
No.
Oh, how old are your children?
One of them is 16. The other is 7 almost.
Oh, okay. So are they sisters or what gender?
No, a brother and sister. So the smaller is a daughter, and the bigger one is a boy.
And do they ever argue?
Yeah, they argue. Yeah. So what I'm seeing here is I've seen it before, so it's okay.
Okay, we'll take it. Yeah, okay. Well, Archer, thank you again so much. Actually, your advice was really helpful, both the endgame advice and the opening advice, so I really appreciate it. Thank you for making it to commentary. I'm sorry for who we are. This is just how things are on our channel.
It's fine. Listen, I also wanted to say, first, of course, thank you for inviting me. This was absolutely a huge pleasure. I've been following you quite some time. I normally don't really watch all the streams, but I wanted to say is that what you're doing for the community, this is really fantastic. Yeah. So you're role models for many chess players out there. You are broadcasting these tournaments, providing coverage, creating content. People appreciate it really. So just keep it doing. This is great.
Thank you, Archer. That I appreciate it. It's nice to end on this happy note. And also to everybody who's been watching, is there anybody watching from the US? Because I know it's really early right now. So if you are, thank you guys for coming out for the chess. Okay, let's tease one last thing. Andrea and I were in a Mr. Beast video, and we may have won some money to give to our subscribers. We're still figuring out the best way to do it, but we're going to plan a really cool community event this year. And that's all I'm going to say. Andrea, you want to end on any nice note? Maybe a little hide and seek to cheer you up. Oh, oh.
I think I'm going to shed a tear of joy, of course. No other tears. I'm so tired and I don't want to play hide and seek anymore and I want to go home. But yeah,
when's your next tournament, by the way? Where do you play?
July 24th, and it's gonna be against like the female streamers. So Andrea and I are gonna play Anna Cramling, Dina, Nemo.
Oh, that's the one you said, yeah.
Yeah. So and a few other players as well. Everybody's gonna play everyone. There's gonna be 8 players, but it'll be cool because we're everybody will be making content, but also taking the chess seriously. So it's kind of unique.
All right, sounds awesome.
Yeah. I know we convinced Nemo to play classical. It was very difficult. Yeah, very difficult.
But she's coming.
But do you have like some goals, because I'm kind of involved in a project to make a certain player to get to his GM title. But do you have like also your own goals, like you want to reach some Grandmaster title, International Master title? Maybe you have announced it. I just don't really know.
I mostly want to stop crying when I lose. No, I'm kidding. Like when you
said before today, I would have been like,
it's okay.
Before today, I would have been like, yeah, I want to hit 2,000. I'm really close. But after today, yeah, I just don't want to throw to 1700s. That's my big aspirations in chess.
If I had a goal for me long term, it would be to get National Master in the US or FM. I just don't want to have a female title. I want a regular title. I think it's a much better image to send to girls that don't get female titles. You're capable of getting open titles. So for me, it's meaningful, but it'll take a while.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, we'll let you guys go. Andrea and I may or may not be back with hide and seek. Probably not, but it could happen. So,
help, please. I don't want to play anymore.
Just 2 hours. Just 2 hours.
Did you hear we tied for the women's prize? We got somehow first place for the women's prize.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
It's just so hilarious.
Oh, you did not get it, or did you get it?
Well, we're tied because we got the same number of points. So I don't know who wins it, but yeah, maybe if I nap first. If I nap, I will be less grumpy, and then maybe we can play. But
well, I actually think we should play instead of napping, because if we nap, the sun's gonna go down. And like, I'm tired too, but you know what would get our energy?
Let's talk off stream, sister. Let's talk off
hide
stream.
and seek.
Let's talk off stream. Okay, chat. Well, thank you everyone for the good vibes. We will be back with another chess tournament very soon. I will be in the music studio for a week. Alex is gonna be streaming some poker. I'm gonna farm some FIDE the next tournament, and we will see you guys soon.
Okay. All right. Well, I think chat is maybe asking for something, but yeah, we could go.
Okay, bye guys.
Yeah, okay, I guess I also leave then, yeah?
So, yes, thank you, Arthur.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, see you around.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, see you around.
Bye.
Yeah, good luck.
I didn't sleep.
Thank you.
If I nap, I'll consider it, but I need my nap. I'm a grumpy woman. Okay, bye chat. Bye, guys.